Welcome, everyone, to the final Shibuya Scramble stream.
This time for real!
This time for real. Not even kidding. No jokes. Lost one.
Okay. I'm gonna pull the curtain back. I looked things up. There's no way that this is gonna take it to another stream.
Okay, that's good. Because it would be really bad if it did. Oh, Troko should be in a bit, but we got a pretty good squad today. Echo's here.
Echo!
From long absence.
Missed something big.
Hey, I'm really glad that y'all decided to come back and do the end of Shibuya Scramble again, even though you finished it last week, so that just I could be here and experience it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm really.
What was the
Riley,
last...
stream it to us.
Oh yeah, what was the last thing you did? You read, watched, happened in Shibuya Scramble?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you.
Okay, so I remember. I'm just gonna run through some stuff. I don't know if they're the last thing. I remember there was a lot of tension that happened on a rooftop.
Yep.
And I remember discovering some really important and impactful things about people whose name I definitely know. Tama. And
oh dear.
I remember what?
Tateno had his backstory as well, where he's and we had gonna kill the lady for the heart transplant.
Yeah, he's gonna kill the lady for the heart transplant. We confirmed Soul's theory that's been there for the entire thing. I remember Misery Squad and Reporter Guy getting got at their place of work, or at least at the virus zone.
Yeah. So okay, a lot of things have happened, but Minorikawa went to.
Wait. Riley, load the game and show Echo the most wild thing that's happened.
I did mention that Tadano is a playable character now.
Look right there!
So, we finished Minorikawa's story. His story is ended. He went to,
Yeah.
He went to the home base of SOS, and it turned out the taxi driver that had been saving him throughout the entire day was the teacher of the people of SOS. And Chiaki had a bad scrape, and but then the taxi driver saved them. And Minorikawa was really cool, and then there was a fight scene with Achi and the current one of the people of SOS.
Who's trying to take it over. He's a Majima figure.
Yeah. There was also there was a new character that was introduced for Minorikawa's storyline that was the guy who, in the last hour, where it was he's coming to collect the deadline, basically. Kano, Achi, and Maria,
and Hitomi,
Jack, Stanley, everyone basically joined up and met in a room and is planning. They convinced Daisuke not to do his stupid murder plot to do the heart transplant thing. And now Daisuke is helping them in the meantime to. One group with Tadano, Kanan, and Maria who's unconscious because she's going symptomatic, are going to the lab to try and get the vaccine.
And Osawa's also going to go there.
Osawa's also going there. Kajiwara said to Osawa that he will try to do whatever he can, and we'll go see what happened with that in this moment. Tadano convinced some riot forces to step down. What else happened? Achi went to SOS to convince them to help, because
to help couch Alphard because they need a net, and the cops won't help.
yeah, the
So
cops.
just like, well, I'll have all my trusted SOS guys
Yeah.
be the net.
So like Achi, Kano, and Jack Stanley and Hitomi are no, actually Jack Stanley ran off. We
We don't know where Jack Stanley is.
But everyone else is going to try and catch Alphard, while
And the
vaccine
people
is
who
acquired.
aren't the people who aren't trying to catch Alphard are basically converging to save Maria's life.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go to this scene so that you can see what happens. This is Tadano is driving Kanan to the lab. You're actually Tadano.
I'll be Tadano now because I think Echoes was also Kanan. Do you still want to be Kanan?
I guess Echo was Kanan.
I was Kanan, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be Tadano then. What do we do?
Okay.
That's Tadano?
Sure. Oh, that was
That's-
fuck! It was
that's Kanan.
Kanan.
Okay, hang on. Well, let's redo this. I'll be Kanan. What do we do?
No!
Tadano thought for people it's marks rather than answer. They have to plow on through.
Get in the back seat.
Why?
I want you to hold on to Maria so she doesn't fall.
Feisty grin came to Kanan's face.
You got it.
Kanan quickly clambered into the back, and Tadano gunned the accelerator.
Ooh.
It's do or die now. Tadano clenched his teeth as the van picked up speed. Then a patrol car came roaring out of a nearby side road.
What the?
Police cruiser cut in front of the minivan, turning to head right toward the roadblock. Crashing into the barricade, it plowed on through, not stopping until it flew up onto the curb beyond. The car's impact had made enough space for another vehicle to slip through in its wake.
Alright, here goes!
The minivan barreled on through the checkpoint. Tadano wondered who in the world had been driving the cruiser. Tadano's phone rang and he picked up as he sped onward. This is you, Echo.
Who?
This is
Columbo.
Kajiwara.
Oh, okay. Were you able to break through safely?
It was the voice of Detective Kajiwara. Tadano thought he was at the Osawa residence.
That patrol car just now. That was you?
A call came in from Task Force HQ saying that Kano had found Maria. I figured maybe Kano was planning to take her to Okoshi Pharmaceutical. And so I thought he'd need to make his way through one of the checkpoints here. But the fact that it was you, Detective Tadano, now that was quite unexpected.
He let out a weak chuckle.
Kajiwara, are you hurt?
No, don't worry about me. Just, please, help Maria.
Maria.
I made a promise to her father that I'd save his daughter, no matter what.
Oh, it's so gay. Oh,
It's so
So
good.
gay! This is so gay!
Tadano could hear the energy draining from Kajiwara's voice.
Understood. I'll keep that promise for you then.
Fuck! I gotta take the keycap off again.
Oh, Riley.
people were saying last stream for me to get a recording of the, like, a sound alert that's just like, autoplay enabled, pause, autoplay disabled. The line went dead. Crashed headlong through
He's
that
not
barricade.
dead.
There's no way he'd come out of it uninjured.
I'm sorry, Kajiwara. And thank you.
He bit his lip and stepped hard on the gas again. And then that's the keep out. Okay, so let's see. We have a keep out here.
I think we maybe just can break that off of Minorikawa.
Yeah, we also have this.
Yeah, we can just keep going off of Kana. Until we get a keep out.
Sneezing.
Because
That's not
I
Kana.
actually think that what happened was because we jumped to Tadano, it's after this it's just gonna be the like, okay, well, let's wait for Aichi or
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Yeah, this is the way that you find out Tadano is a playable character. Like, you specifically
You
have to you have to do a specific set of dialogue options, and then this jump appears.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
We had Game Recorder.
We literally wouldn't have found it if it wasn't for a game, yeah.
Wow.
Even after Tadano disappeared from view, Kana remained for a long time in attention, his fingertips pressed to his temple. He squeezed his eyes shut, but still the tears he'd been holding back poured down his cheeks.
And there's not going to be a lot of funny stuff in this one, is there?
No. I mean, maybe.
There's only 30 minutes remaining until the time when Alphard had told them Hitomi should be at the scramble. They needed to get ready for action. Is the surveillance camera system still up?
The tabloid guy is still around, right?
Yes. It looks like what happened earlier was just a temporary hacking job.
Tabloid guy, Minurikawa? Minurikawa's story ended last stream. He's probably still going to be a character in the story because I fucking
He's
hope
hanging out with
so.
Aichi.
Yeah, he's with Achi right now. He's like basically joined the main squad because like everything's sort of coming to a like it's like all joining into one.
Yeah, all the groups are just fucking converging.
Yeah. Minurikawa had a really good. I really like Minurikawa's story ending because he got beaten up by a bunch of gang members, and then he stood up after like almost dying, and he was like, "Ha! I won!"
Yeah, exactly. I was there for that, at least.
Yeah,
That was so good.
it was really good. Then will you help us? Nesuke inclined his head.
What do you mean?
I'd like you to keep your eye on the scramble for us. If anyone suspicious tries to get near Hitomi, let us know.
Oh,
Soul fucking died.
Whoa, Mondo, cool.
Anyone
Mondo, cool.
suspicious? How will I know it's suspicious?
Hey, you exploded.
Thanks, Discord.
Like that organ trafficker who suggested you kidnap Hitomi, Mr. Endo. It's possible that he might be Alphard. Would you be able to recognize his face? Ryusuke furrowed his brow deeply as he began entering commands on his keyboard.
Yeah. Don't think I could ever forget. It's because of him that
He left the rest unsaid. A moment later, several of the monitors switched over to feeds from around the screen.
All right. I'm not sure how much help I can be, but let me at least try to atone for what I've done.
Of course. And thank you. Daisuke's fingers flew over the keyboard. Soon all of the monitors were focused on the scramble and its surroundings. And he carefully adjusted the angle and zoom for each of the cameras. Now the whole area is under total surveillance. All they had to do was get their stake-hut crew to the scene. Where did Achi go? I'm not totally sure, but I think he went to find some of his old friends. Tommy sounded worried. Friends? Achi used to belong to a gang called SOS. Actually, he told me he was the one who formed the gang in the first place. What? Hana couldn't keep the shock from his voice. Achi was the founder of SOS? How bizarre that the two of them would wind up meeting each other this way. But I guess there was a big falling out between them, so I think he went to try and win them back over. Connor hadn't heard anything good about SOS since Achi had left them. Things had ended on bad terms between them and the gang. Getting them to help might well be a lost cause. And even if Achi was able to gather some people up, how much would Kano and the others be able to trust them? It'll be alright. I'm sure Achi will bring back some of his old friends. When he does bring them, I'm sure he'll choose people we can count on. You really trust him, don't you? Yes. Toby said without hesitation. The blush came to her cheeks. Alright. And I'll trust him too. It would take about 10 minutes to get from Indo Electronics to the scramble. Connor turned to Stanley. Let's plan to head out by 6:50. Stanley gave no reply. He had withdrawn to the edge of the room, where he stood lost in thought, his expression uneasy. Connor decided to leave him alone for a bit. Taking a sheet of paper from one of the desks, he began drafting a plan for positioning Achi's reinforcements around the scramble. You just don't have that conversation in this...
Huh?
Alright, there we go. In about 5 minutes, he had drawn up a little map of the optimum places to deploy the team, including positions for as many as 20 people Achi might bring back.
In this one, Kano believes in Achi way more.
Yeah. Troka, I think this is Jack Stanley. If you want to take
Kano!
There we go.
Kano turned around, surprised to find Stanley right behind him all of a sudden. The American looked haggard. Is something the matter?
You need to go to the scramble without me.
What? Where's this coming from all of a sudden?
Please don't ask me to explain. Something else has come up, and I have to see to it.
Sweat beaded on Stanley's brow. Whatever had happened, Kano had no doubt it was something major. And almost certainly it had something to do with Alphard. Stanley.
I understand. Do what you have to.
I'll come back soon.
I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more.
It's alright. I'll find a way to get by. Kano had a vague idea of what Stanley was up to. He probably felt he needed to keep things hidden even from his own allies in order to help keep Alphard in the dark. Or at least, that was Kano's guess. This was no ordinary opponent they were up against. Keeping secrets even among friends wasn't necessarily a bad call.
Ken, ask me one thing.
What's that?
Once this is all over, you'll go have a beer with me.
Yeah!
We didn't get this last time, and I'm really glad we get this dialogue.
Yeah!
Alright. Kinda couldn't help but smile.
That's a promise now, remember?
Yeah?
The promise these two
Promise.
just made just now mirrors another made by a certain pair of brothers in the past. Once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. That was what the younger brother said, and the older brother still feels the pain of that promise going unfulfilled.
What?
What the fuck?
Yes!
What the fuck?
Let's fucking go!
All right, let's go to Stanley while you got me.
Silver!
Yeah, while Trink is
Jack.
here. It was 6:00 p.m. Alphard had contacted the motley team down in electronics, and the situation had immediately deteriorated. But the new developments had also provided them with one big chance. A chance that Alphard might appear in person at long last.
Did fine.
Jack Stanley set his hand on Connor's shoulder. A weak smile came to the detective's face. Stanley paused, unexpectedly moved. For that one moment, he saw in Connor the image of his younger brother, Frank.
His younger brother, Frank!
Jack, you have to get everyone to a safe place right away! Frank's nervous shout echoed through the hotel lobby. Stanley's younger brother was a member of the Bomb and Arson Squad. It's a subsection of the Chicago Police Department's Bureau of Investigation Services that handles the investigation of bomb and arson-related cases. This was 2 years ago. The CIA had obtained intel that Alphard was targeting a high-class hotel in Chicago for a terror attack. Stanley and his team had searched the hotel interior and had discovered the bomb set inside a large planter. When Frank arrived at the scene and saw the explosive, his expression grew grim. The detonation trigger is set in the worst possible place. It's going to be a bastard to remove it.
Case, you need to get out of here too, Frank.
No, I need to make sure I can figure out how this thing is set up, so the disposal unit knows what to do when they get here.
I appreciate your attempt to do an American accent, but you could go harder.
Look, you can probably see it from back there.
Yeah.
Stanley could indeed see the small explosive from where he stood. It was held in place by several screws. The timer had just ticked down about a possible 30-minute mark.
There's plenty of time left for the disposal guys to get here.
No, this is Jack. That's right. There's plenty of time left for the disposal guys to get here. Jack, I need you to help finish evacuating the building. There are a lot of people who haven't gotten out yet.
But
From a cold and logical perspective, Frank was right. He had a job to do, and if Stanley listened to his personal feelings and tried to usher his brother out of there, a lot of innocent people might die.
all right, I understand.
Heck, if we had something as simple as some dry ice, we could just freeze the thing. Frank grimaced as he eyed the bomb. Dry ice. Is that...
I guess,
Maybe Frank is the second line?
yeah, Frank is the second one. I was the first one.
Yeah.
Heck, if we had something as simple as some dry ice, we could just freeze the thing.
Hey,
Dry ice. Huh.
hey,
I don't
there-
suppose ice cream would do the trick.
That'd be a waste of ice cream. You'd be better off just eating it.
Of course, even dry ice would be a long shot in place of actual liquid nitrogen. The brothers looked at one another. For a moment, the tension dissolved into laughter.
Ha ha ha! All right, I'll be back.
Hey, Jack. Once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together.
Sure. You got it.
Stanley headed for the hotel lobby, which was still overflowing with guests.
Made the right choice here.
Stanley gave Connor a thump on the back. The detective cracked a tiny grin.
What about my choices, though?
Debating his own next move, Stanley stepped away from the others and took out his cell phone. He made a call to his superior, Gordon.
Gordon Cole? Gordon Cole from Twin Peaks?
oh my,
Oh my god, it definitely is that.
It's me. What's the situation?
That's a pretty good Gordon call for Twin Peaks.
Thank you. I hear the Japanese police want to put Maria Ozawa under quarantine. I'm assuming that's on your orders, sir? It is. There are too many important people in Shibuya. We can't allow that virus to get loose. Besides, we now know that Alphard is after Hitomi Asawa. There's no reason to leave Maria at large any longer.
If you put Maria Osawa under quarantine, she is going to die.
I know that. But there will be far fewer victims as a result.
Gordon's words made something inside Stanley snap. In that moment, he lost any inclination to report that he was with Maria. Failure to do so would be dereliction of duty on his part. He knew that well enough. He knew it. The fact couldn't overcome his revulsion at Gordon's callous attitude towards Maria.
Victims are still victims.
What was that? It really is Gordon Girl.
Nothing, sir. I'll continue my operation to apprehend Alphard.
Stanley hung up the phone. He didn't care if his superiors took action against him once this was all over. They intended to sacrifice one person in order to save the lives of countless more. From a purely objective standpoint, it was the right call. What if that person was a loved one? What would they have done then? The dilemma gnawed at the back of Stanley's mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was wrong to just accept the lesser of two evils, to sacrifice an innocent for the greater good. No, damn it.
Damn it.
He would save that one life, and then save the lives of the many. He needed to find a way to avoid the so-called easy way out, no matter what it took. He wasn't about to add a second big regret to his life. Not this time. Saving Maria was the right thing to do. His judgment wasn't wrong. Of that, he was sure. He reaffirmed that to himself inwardly, over and over. Kano was watching Tadano prepare to depart. The group had put together a reasonable plan of action. Tadano and Kaden would head to the lab with Maria and attempt to get the antiviral for her. Stanley would accompany Kano and the others to the scramble to apprehend Alphard. It was a two-pronged plan of attack. Still, could they really count on things going as smoothly as Kanan had suggested? Stanley thought back on her earlier words. Echo? Kanan.
Once Alphard has made contact with Hitomi, call my cell phone. I have plenty of information Alphard might want to bargain for. I can negotiate with him directly.
That meant that getting the password hinged on whatever deal they struck. What sort of things might Alphard request in exchange? Stanley cast a thoughtful look at Kanan. She was helping Tadano to carry Maria out of the room. Stanley doubted she'd answer if he asked just what her bargaining chips were. He held his tongue, watching as she left with the others. Whatever else happened, he needed to focus on capturing Alphard. He glanced at the monitor displays in the workroom. The disembodied sound of Alphard's voice from earlier crept back into his mind. I will appear at the rendezvous in person. After all, it wouldn't do for the star of the show to miss the final curtain.
Oh right, I forgot that I was doing that.
The like voice
Sorry.
modulated voice. It's fine. Those words notwithstanding, it seemed absurd that Alphard would actually show up in the flesh. Nationality, age, sex. So much about the terrorist mastermind was shrouded in mystery. Why would someone who had hidden so well for so long ever reveal their true identity? Yet Alphard had gone out of the way to claim that was precisely what was about to happen. It almost seemed like he'd made turning up in person a major selling point of the deal. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you then. There was no doubt about it. Alphard wanted them to expect him on site and in person. So, why would that be?
He's using himself as bait to lure me and Kanan out. This is a near perfect opportunity to wipe out the two people who are gunning for him the most. That being the case, how might he attempt to kill me once I'm at the scramble?
Stanley felt a sudden flash of insight. No, something was off here. His thought process was running well, each deduction logically following from the last. But at a time like this, that could be a very dangerous thing. Alphard may well have anticipated where his logic would lead. Stanley needed to assume that any clue he
Stanley's
thought
going
he'd
Death
found
Note mode.
was something Alphard had left behind on purpose. So, maybe the suggestion that their target would come to the scene was a different kind of trap. At the risk of sending himself in circles, Stanley decided to rethink the whole case from the ground up. What was the single strangest part of this whole thing?
Here we go.
Why had Alphard put an amateur like Daisuke Endo in charge of the kidnapping? Sure, being able to get a heart for his daughter gave Daisuke a strong incentive, but there still had to be a reason why he'd been chosen. If the kidnapping had failed, what would have happened then? Of course, this was Alphard they were dealing with. Maybe the possibility of failure was somehow part of the plan. Hell, Daisuke had managed to accidentally kidnap Maria instead of Hitomi, hadn't he? If Alphard had gone with a professional, that sort of mix-up would never have happened. And yet, even if that degree of uncertainty was acceptable, or even desirable, using Daisuke seemed like far too big of a risk. There must be some other motive for bringing in Daisuke into the plan.
To get into the plane.
Oh, sorry. Of course.
I'm assuming that italics are Jack Stanley's internal monologue.
Yes. You're correct. Advantage. Using Daisuke must have provided some important advantage that outweighed his flaws. It was the only thing that made sense. Which meant the reason Alphard had Daisuke carry out the kidnapping was...
To carry out some other objective, I would think.
That does seem like the most likely to me.
I would narrate all of this, except I feel like doing it all in Jack Stanley voice would be exhausting for everybody involved.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially you.
Also, you have like tabletop in like 20 minutes, and you shouldn't tire out your voice. To carry out some other objective. He'd set up the kidnapping, devised the ransom relay, and kept the full attention of the police on that. All the while, Alphard himself was working towards his true goal, getting Hitomi's blood. Which meant that Daisuke kidnapping Maria by mistake had in fact been a misstep. That was why, in the end, Alphard had proposed trading the password for Hitomi's blood. Could that really be it? Stanley decided to take it up with the man himself.
Mr. Endo, let me ask you something. Did you know that Hitomi had a twin sister before the kidnapping?
I didn't. No.
So when did you find out?
After I'd had Maria kidnapped, the organ trafficker took one look at her and said I had the wrong girl. Said I was supposed to have abducted the younger one.
Ever mentioned Hitomi having a twin before this all started?
No. If I'd known, I'd have been a lot more careful.
Alphard had certainly known that the Osawa girls were twins. But despite the added risk that fact implied, he hadn't told Daisuke. There was only one logical conclusion. Daisuke's mistake hadn't been an accident. Alphard had intended for the wrong sister to get kidnapped. By using an amateur, Alphard had set up the police to write out Daisuke's kidnapping of the wrong target as a simple misstep. Had Daisuke been brought in simply in the name of camouflage? But why? Alphard was after Hitomi's blood. Daisuke was after Hitomi's heart. They both wanted the same thing, so why target Maria instead? Stanley's train of logic had run out of steam again. Still, he was sure he was on the right track. He just needed to keep following till he found out where that track would lead.
Room where you were keeping Maria.
Daisuke hung his head.
It's out behind the shop. Why do you ask?
Do you mind showing me? There's something I'd like to check.
At this point, he needed to go back over everything, right from the beginning. He followed Daisuke out to the storeroom. Daisuke?
Speaking of the storeroom, there's something I've been wondering about. Just how did Maria manage to escape in the first place?
You're certain you locked her in?
Daisuke nodded.
At 8 o'clock this morning, the organ trafficker came by to check up on her. I made sure to lock the place back up after he left.
I see. That visit must have been when Maria was injected with the UA virus. It makes sense based on our working timeline of when we expect her to go symptomatic.
When they got to the storeroom, they spotted the padlock that had held it shut, lying broken on the ground. Daisuke picked it up, then opened the storeroom door.
Ah, look at this mess.
It was obvious immediately that merchandise had been stolen.
I doubt Maria did this.
Some thieves broke in?
I think that was Daisuke, but it's fine. He made a quick inspection, assessing what had been taken. Some digital cameras and laptop computers were missing.
This looks like the work of some local thugs. This kind of thing has happened to me a few times before.
Daisuke let out a sigh of exasperation. Stanley, meanwhile, was carefully looking around inside the storeroom.
Where did you have Maria Asawa?
Behind those cardboard boxes.
The boxes he indicated were piled high, closing off one corner of the room. If Maria were unconscious behind them, the burglars might well have never noticed her.
So Maria was able to escape from the storeroom thanks to the burglars breaking the lock.
Just what impact had that stroke of misfortune had on Alfred's plan, he wondered. What had Alfred planned to do with Maria if nobody had broken in?
Trade her. I mean, I think he sent the burglars.
Yeah, for me, I think that he wanted Maria to be released with the UA virus because then she's like a...
Ah, then she's Typhoid Mary. Okay, yeah, go with that.
Yeah,
You understand more.
That's my thoughts. He was going to release her at some later time. Since he'd gone to the trouble of infecting her with the virus, it only made sense. And Stanley could only think of one reason to release an infected Maria. To turn Shibuya into ground zero for a pandemic that would sweep through all of Tokyo.
This is how COVID started, actually. A virus. Mortality rate of 100%?
Yeah, it's everyone who has been infected with the UA virus has died.
Yeah. A virus with a mortality rate of 100% would have spread throughout the region before anyone even realized it. It would be impossible even to calculate the scope of such disaster. First, it would run the circuit around the Yamanote line. And then, if any of the infected happened to head to the airports at either Haneda or Narita, the virus would spread throughout Japan and the rest of the world in a matter of hours. But that hadn't come to pass. They had managed to secure Maria before she could develop symptoms and become infectious.
Is that because we were better than Alphard? No, that can't be it.
Alphard wasn't the sort to commit such indiscriminate acts of terror. The threat of the infection spreading, horrific as it was likely just cover to hide some other scheme. But then, what was the ultimate goal? Stanley still didn't have enough clues to go on. Stanley made his way behind the stack of cardboard boxes. Spotted something that had fallen on the floor. It was a cell phone. Next to it was a woman's handbag. Stanley unzipped it, held a jumble of makeup, tissues, and other personal effects, but nothing at all unusual. If he was going to find any clues here, it would probably have to be from the cell phone. He tried turning it on. There was no response. It appeared to be broken.
Let me see that. I'll see if I can fix it.
Do you think you can?
I won't know until I try. Well, that sign out front saying I run an electric shop isn't just for show.
Turning his attention back to the handbag, Stanley searched it more thoroughly, and a photograph tucked inside that he'd overlooked on his first inspection.
The hell?
He stared at the image, swallowing the lump in his throat. Oh my god, because he doesn't know that Maria and Kanan were best friends. Because it's definitely a photo of Maria and Kanan.
Yeah, it's definitely a photo of Maria and Kanan, which
So many fucking keep outs.
yeah. Wait, didn't Tana know how to keep out?
Tadano did have a keep out. I don't know why it went back.
Weird.
We jumped to Stanley.
Yeah.
No,
it
that
might
was
have-
in Kano.
Yeah, I don't know if it's. We'll just do this anyway.
Yeah.
That's Stanley hurried out of the workroom. Kind of glanced at his watch. It's coming up on 6:50. Pretty soon they'd have to head for the scramble. But Archie still hadn't returned. I need to head out soon. I've read this stuff before. Waiting for Archie. He just had to trust himself to see things through on his own. He decided to head to the scramble with Hitomi right away. This wasn't about whether he could or couldn't. He would do it. He had to do it. There was no time for doubting him. Hitomi, I don't like having to do this, but we can't wait any longer. Seeing the look of determination on Kanda's face, she gave a tiny, reluctant nod. And another keep out!
Did you? Okay.
Time to figure out where to keep in.
I think
I'm so happy that I was here for Stanley and Gordon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm glad that Gordon Cole is just in this game as well.
Why wouldn't he be? There we go.
There
You want
we
to
go.
just jump back into him? Just. Oh right, we have to because it's a keep out.
Yeah, it's a double
So
keep out.
stupid.
I forgot.
It's the game.
That's how the game works.
Her shoulders began to tremble.
Mommy.
Hitomi,
Tommy.
I'll be alright. I'm just a little nervous, that's all. She had a right to be nervous. Alfred was after the antiviral that she had in her bloodsteam. Once he had it, Hitomi would become alive.
Blood
that he'd love to
steam.
dispose of.
Get him.
Blood steam. Right now,
Blood
the only-
steam sounds cool as hell, though.
It
Yeah.
does. The only person who could keep her safe was Kano. He clenched his jaw tight, tried to look confident. Please, just try to relax. I'll protect you with my life if I have to.
Protecting Itomi is my job.
Fucking trailer music. Achi, you're back.
I said I'd see you through to the very end. Didn't I?
Yeah, you did. Tommy gazed back at Achi with grateful reassurance. Kano cleared his throat soft, but Achi and Tommy continued to stare earnestly at one another. Eventually, the tough-looking young man standing behind Achi spoke up. Autumn's not here to do Susumu. Echo, do you want to be Susumu?
Yeah, Susumu. What was Autumn's?
I've got 30. Kind of like he's like a gang leader. He's got spiky hair. I don't remember what Autumn's voice
Right.
exactly was like.
I've got 30. Will that be enough?
That's pretty good. Yeah, that'll be fine. More importantly, Have you heard what we will be doing yet?
Catch the bad guy, keep Shibuya safe. Same old thing we always do.
The guy flashed a grin. You got it. We'll be counting on you, then. With 30-odd people at their disposal, they'd be able to encircle the meeting area no problem. Preparations were all set. It was time to confront Alfred at last. This is Achi.
All right, detective. Let's do this.
Connor gave a firm nod. Nine minutes later, 6:59 p.m., Kano and the others were in position around the scramble. Each subtle tick of the second hand was like a sharp prod to Kano's nerves. His whole body was stiff with tension. They could not let themselves fail. There was too much at stake. Here, now. Hundreds of thousands of lives were on the line. FMV! With Shibuya on lockdown, the area around the
Finally!
scramble had been seized by panic. There have been multiple traffic collisions. Sidewalks are crowded with scared people. Overturned cars and abandoned motorcycles clog the streets.
Finally, we have some fucking FMV on the FMV show.
We had some when the bomb. We had a lot when the bomb happened.
Yeah, it was sort of like the first half of the game doesn't really have much, but after that you get like you get some chunks of FMV. Amidst the chaos, emergency vehicles sped by at furious speeds. But the fire emergency personnel, and even the police, were short-handed, and the whole of Shibuya had begun to look like a war zone. The main roads had been blocked to normal traffic, and trains weren't stopping at the stations. In effect, the city was in a state of complete shutdown. Connor glanced again at his wristwatch. 6:59 p.m. in 10 seconds. 11 seconds. 12 seconds. 13 seconds. 14 seconds. He scarcely remembered to breathe.
For 4 whole seconds?
Yeah. Hitomi stood in front of the statue of Hachiko. She wasn't carrying an attaché case this time. The movement was otherwise a strange mirror of the stakeout at 10 o'clock that morning.
Yo.
More FMV!
Whoa.
Oh, it's in full motion.
She looked terrified. Kana couldn't blame her. Criminals weren't after some case full of money this time. This time, they were out for blood. Her blood.
Out for blood.
Literally out for her blood. Kana did a slow scan of the area. Achi was standing not too far away. His companions were strewn about here and there, carrying on as normal. Here in Shibuya, those guys fit right in with the crowd, and they had the area around Hitomi completely surrounded. Yet again, Akana looked at his watch. 6:59 p.m., 35 seconds, 36 seconds, 37 seconds, 38 seconds, 39 seconds. He forced himself to take several deep breaths, focused on the sound of his own heartbeat, and exhaled until all the breath was expelled from his lungs. And then it all started. Kano's cell phone rang. His phone rang.
His phone rang.
I've got him? It was Daisuke.
I've got him. The organ trafficker who devised the kidnapping. It's Tim.
Where is he? Is he close by?
I've got him on camera now. He's on the other side of the intersection.
Kano looked out across the scramble. There were so many people that it was hard to tell who was or wasn't suspicious. Can you describe him for me?
The tall, foreign guy. The one wearing glasses.
Oh my god, it's Leyland Palmer. It's fucking Leyland Palmer, isn't it? A tall foreigner?
know it's
Kano's eyes
Palmer.
drifted over the crowd.
Or it's Stanley.
No, it fucking is!
No, it can't.
Ugh.
Here we
Oh
go.
my God.
It fucking is
Yeah!
Leyland Palmer! He was out for it the whole time!
It's Leland Palmer!
God, this is just like Leland Palmer from Twin Peaks.
Is it?
I mean... Uh-huh. There he was. And as he got closer, Kana's eyes went wide. This man was someone he'd met before. Leyland Palmer, the lecturer from the English department at Hitomi Maria's school.
This picture is kind of just like a publicity shot for this actor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Palmer was walking right toward Hitomi.
The
Hitomi
music's
didn't seem to
going
have noticed
epic
him
mode
yet.
right now. Holy shit.
When Kano glanced back at his wristwatch, it was 7 p.m. on the dot.
Woo!
When Hitomi realized Palmer was approaching her, she was too stunned to react. He walked directly up to her, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. I don't remember who did
Hitomi?
Leyland Palmer voice.
Hello, Hitomi.
Troka's the English dub actor, so...
Yeah,
Wait, hang on, hang on.
all over the English dub
Oh, hi,
actors,
Odin.
yeah.
This is
Hi,
Leland Palmer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this guy's Leland Palmer.
So, Leland
Is it-
Palmer is the English lecturer of Hitomi and Maria who comes up a few times early on in the game, and he's also Alphard, the big bad, who's been
We
secret-
thought he was a throwaway character named Leland Palmer, but it turns out the big bad is actually Leland Palmer.
Yeah!
Okay, just making sure we have that clear. Hi.
Also, Gordon, also the the FBI commissioner is named Gordon. For also Twin
CIA.
Peaks. CIA.
How are you doing?
Professor Palmer? What are you doing here? Tommy's voice came out in an anxious squeak.
Why, I'm here to take your blood, of course.
This time he spoke Japanese, and with an easy fluency totally different from his usual manner of speech.
It's fucking.
I'm the one who injected you with the UA virus. I'd been waiting so long for the opportunity to arise. It's been quite agonizing, spending 6 months and more pretending to be a mild-mannered English lecturer.
Professor, you're Alphard, aren't you?
Let's get down to business, shall we? Neither of us has much time.
Hitomi stiffened. Please, tell me the laboratory password.
After I have your blood. This will only take a few seconds. I've got a device here that'll make the extraction quite simple.
No way. Password first.
That would violate the terms we already negotiated.
Tomi and Palmer glared at one another. Alright. Why don't you negotiate with Kanan instead?
Kanan?
Tomi took her cell phone out and dialed. But the phone rang repeatedly. Kanan didn't pick up.
Uh-oh.
What's going on? Come on, Kanan. Kano, standing near enough to overhear their conversation, grew increasingly anxious as he watched the pair stare at the phone. What was the right move here? Should he keep waiting?
We can't count on her.
No, yeah.
No, you can. You can count
She's
on her.
busy.
No, she's too busy.
At this point, they couldn't count on Kanan anymore. Kano rushed into action. Freeze! Kano drew his gun and trained it on Palmer. Nearby pedestrians scattered in fear. Seizing the moment, Achi darted in to protect Tomi.
Let's keep on this.
Yeah.
Though instead
Palmer
of
let
doing
out
the
a
jump.
tiny sigh.
So you're breaking the terms we agreed upon then?
I don't negotiate with terrorists. Kano inched his way closer, his point of aim never wavering. Hitomi! Call Kanan again! Again, Hitomi dialed her cell phone. Palmer opened the attaché case he was carrying. One more move and I shoot. But the terrorist ignored the warning, producing a set of small glass vessels from within the case. Oh no.
Shoot his hand.
It's full of virus.
No, you shouldn't have let him take out the
If you
virus.
want to shoot me, then shoot me.
And
Oh, no,
shoot
that's you.
if you want to shoot me, then shoot me. Assuming you don't mind this getting scattered about.
I like Troka doing
Uh-oh.
like kind of a bad British accent because I feel like that's appropriate.
So that's exactly what I'm going for. Like,
Yeah.
not a good British accent.
Yeah.
In the same way that I'm specifically doing a bad American accent for Jack Stanley.
Yeah. Is that?
Surely you don't need me to explain.
Stanley was right. Alphard had weaponized the virus. Doing his best to conceal his horror, Connor tried to sound defiant.
Is the worst option, I think.
You can't let that loose here.
You can't let that
Let
loose
loose
here.
here.
How
That's-
can I know that? No. Like inviting him to prove that it's real.
I mean, either of these are like goading him.
Yeah, this is. I think this is bad. No matter which way you spin it.
I think we might be on a bad end here.
Go to B.
you can't let that
You
loose
can't
here.
let that loose here.
And why is that?
Because if you do, you'll be infected too.
But so will all of the innocent bystanders around us.
But they scattered. There's just dudes behind him.
A faint smile curled across Parma's face. Did you come here to carry out a suicide attack, Mr. Alphard?
Hardly. I have no desire to die here. All I want to get a little of this girl's blood and then go quietly on my way. But that all depends on you, doesn't it?
His face was overflowing with confidence. Kato couldn't shake the feeling that something was off here. Something about this man's demeanor hinted at something.
Well then, what will it be? Will you condemn the people of Shibuya to death?
Cursing inwardly, Kano lowered his gun. Pama flashed a triumphant grin and resumed his stroll toward Hitomi. She stood frozen on the spot.
Susumu!
The shot had come from Achi, another jump point. In an instant, a dozen members of SOS headed toward Palmer from all sides. This is autumn.
Tough luck, pal. Turns out, we're not actually innocent bystanders.
Now it was his turn to grin.
You're completely surrounded. Give up and tell us the password now. And just for the record, we ain't scared of no virus.
We don't care about getting sick.
Life
Oh,
or
cold.
death. We don't believe in COVID-19.
The tough-looking young men radiated bravado. Without hesitation, they closed in around the kidnapper.
Surrounded? You certainly don't look like police.
Palmer cast an amused glance around himself.
You're right about that. I mean, just take a look. I gather a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down.
He kept
Achi
Hitomi shielded
rules.
Yeah, Achi's fucking sick. He kept Hitomi shielded behind him while he spoke.
There's no escape. You've lost.
Lost? Me?
Well, it sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away.
Palmer grimaced at Achi's words.
I see. Then it appears our negotiations are at a close.
That's probably Susumu.
Enough of the high and mighty guy.
Susumu stomped aggressively toward Palmer. Hey! Easy now! They couldn't risk a scuffle sending the virus crashing to the ground.
A shame.
Palmer swung his right arm up high.
Whoa! Yes!
Yes. 3D model glass vial. Everyone watched
So
in dismay as
good.
his hand shot up. The vials had been holding sailed upward against the backdrop of the evening sky.
Look out! Catch them! Catch them!
The hurtling vials scattered and began to fall. It seemed impossible
time for-
to be able to keep them from shattering against the ground.
Time for a mini game.
Yeah, QTE.
No, not even a mini game. It's like an arcade style, like Kaboom for the Atari.
Yeah. If this was Detroit Become Human, this would be a quick time event. And if you failed it, you get a SOS members fanned out, positioning themselves as best they could to intercept the falling vials. Kano likewise prepared to catch one that was heading straight toward him. As he did, he caught sight of Palmer speeding away. Kano made up his mind on the spot. There's only one right call here, and he needed to make it. Oh!
Oh!
Chase after Palmer while you got me.
I mean, you
He's
know who
after
he is
Palmer.
now is the thing, right?
Yeah,
Like-
but he's gonna vanish.
He's gonna turn into a different guy. He had to chase after
Yeah,
Palmer.
he's gonna take his face off like in Face Off.
It didn't matter if he didn't grab the vial. Something about the way this was playing out made Kano sure of it. Pulling upon all his rugby training.
Rugby boy.
Calling upon all his rugby training, he broke into a sprint. Deftly dodging through the crowd, Kano kept Palmer in sight. He would catch him. One way or another, he was going to bring this bastard down. Steadily, he gained on his quarry. At last, he drew within striking range, and immediately dived into an expert tackle.
Expert
He
tackle.
caught Palmer around the waist, their bodies collided with violent force.
Oh.
Oof. Palmer went flailing, and hit the pavement hard. Even then, he tried to resist. Kano straddled him and held him down. Tell me the password! The kidnapper sneered triumphantly.
You made the wrong choice.
You clicked the wrong button. Wrong choice?
Your eye's out now. Now nobody can be saved. You've just killed everyone in the city.
No,
We don't know that.
nobody's going to die.
And what makes you so sure of that?
The way you fled the scene just now. If the virus had really been in those vials, you could never have hoped to escape infection. Running off on foot would be pointless. Palmer said nothing,
Got his ass.
which means there was no virus in those vials. They were just a decoy in order to buy you time to escape.
Yeah.
Now Palmer gritted his teeth and glared up at Kano. The look on his face confirmed the detective's
Oh
hunch.
shit!
But more importantly, it was your eyes. You didn't have the eyes of a man who was putting his life on the line.
Yeah.
My eyes? Who do you think you are, Sherlock Holmes?
I know full well the look in a man's eyes when he's willing to die.
Yeah.
In the back of his mind, Connor replayed the moment when Tadano, doused in gasoline, had marched into that financial office to talk down a would-be arsonist. Now then, the password! Give it to me, now! Connor tightened his grip on Palmer's collar. The man just gazed back at him with an icy glare.
Let me have Hitomi Osawa's blood. That was our original deal.
Connor wasn't surprised. He'd known it wouldn't be easy to get him to talk. Maybe it really would be impossible to strike a deal without Kanan. But if getting her on the phone wasn't an option, Connor had to figure out something else. Sweat beaded on his brow as he cast about for ideas. Then he happened to catch sight of a car that had been overturned by an accident nearby.
Kanan in the car?
Gasoline had spilled from the vehicle.
Oh.
A dark puddle on the pavement.
Uh-oh.
Connor took out his handcuffs and cuffed Palmer's arm to his own.
Oh my
Somewhat
god.
Jerking his captor back to his feet, Connor led him over to the car. Then, without hesitation, he sat down in the pool of gasoline. Yanking on the handcuffs, he pulled Palmer down beside him.
You could just hand
Connor
stuff
pulled the
into
lighter
the
from his
car.
pocket.
And just
he knows
what's
he
this
doesn't-
supposed to be, This is the
Only one
ending of
them is
Mad
willing
Max
to
1.
die. Yes.
Tell me the password.
Or else what? You'll light the gas? You'll be burned to a crisp yourself.
Yeah, probably. Connor heard the casual desperation in his own voice.
Kano's, like, going Super Saiyan right now.
What are you thinking?
Smile vanished from Palmer's face. Connor scowled down him.
I just want to know the password. I like that.
I just want to know the
I feel like
password.
that's not the answer here. I don't know why.
I'm getting revenge.
Even
Yeah.
if I die, my friends will avenge me. Connor met Palmer's stare dead on. Palmer and Connor locked eyes, both refusing to back down. The scent of gasoline fumes filled the air around them. Connor knew that the slightest spark could set off a massive fireball.
Oh,
Oh, fuck.
Uh-huh.
Calmly, he flicked the lighter on.
You can't be serious.
Palmer's eyes fixed on the tiny flickering flame. Password.
You value your life so little?
The password! In his mind, Connor could see the pages of the Dick Diary clear as day.
Clear as day!
Dick Dictum,
Dick
number
Dictum,
one.
Number one!
Never
Never
lose.
lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever.
God.
Rules.
Rules. Palmer glared in defiance. Connor put the lighter closer and closer to the gasoline. He could practically feel his own life growing shorter as his hand descended. And yet he felt no trace of fear. His body was numb, his senses strangely distant. Time seemed to slow. The world around him dissolved into a blur. He was surprised at how calm, how remote he felt, here in the midst of this life-or-death confrontation. And then, far in the depths of Palmer's eyes, he saw the barest hint of doubt. He fixed his gaze on that point of weakness and did not look away.
Kano, you're so fucking cool right now.
Palmer's shoulders slumped perceptibly. Now, Connor was certain of it. This was a man who'd never put his life on the line before. Shizuo's words sounded in the back of his mind.
You need a cool mind, but a fiery spirit.
Not that kind of fiery spirit.
A detective without both of those is worth nothing.
Let me go and I'll tell you.
Is that your answer? I don't think you quite understand the situation here. Connor brought the flames still closer to the gasoline. Palmer's eyes went wide. No longer was he able to hide his trembling uncertainty.
Right, I'll tell you. Just put that thing out!
Password first. His voice a strangled snarl. Palmer gave him the password. Kano extinguished the lighter. pulling out his cell phone, kind of dialed up Osawa. As he did, he recalled his last exchange with Stanley at the electronics shop. Looks like we'll be able to have that beer together after all. Do we want to jump to
Lot
Stanley?
of jumps.
Or we
Is
want to
it
see
the
story?
correct one? Yeah, it looks like it's the correct one. I think we should.
We'll continue this later.
Have we seen
Yeah.
what Stanley's up to since like bailing?
He's playable now.
Yeah, he's playable now. He's trying to figure out what the situation is. He was like investigating the place where Maria was held captive.
And he found this photograph that has presumably a picture of Marie and Kanan.
Yeah. Troka, don't you have to go? Or is that not yet?
Choka is muted right now.
Oh, okay.
Shit. Sorry, I'm actually, yeah, that's what I've been saying over and over is, hey, I'm gonna dip. I hope somebody else can do bad English accents and bad
What the
American
hell?
accents.
Yeah,
Nope.
that's fine.
I'll do my best.
Soul, you're probably the best for this because you live in Britland.
Yeah. What the hell?
All right.
Need to
Bye-bye.
go less
Bye, Choka.
gruff.
You need to like bark out every word from inside your diaphragm. What the hell?
What the hell?
That's it. Okay.
You've been taught in the ways of the Jack Stanley. He stared at the picture, swallowing the lump in his throat. There's a photo of Maria standing next to another young girl. There's something written in marker on the back. Me and Kanan, 7:30. Stanley hurriedly flipped the photo back over and looked at it again. What does this mean? Wait.
Hey,
What?
that. Hey.
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 Huh?
What?
Kanan doesn't have black hair.
What?
The girl in the photo with Maria looked nothing like the Kanan who had been there at Electronics, who had left with Maria and Tatano just a few moments ago. What? But if the girl they were working with wasn't Kanan, then who was she? But she's in all the flashback scenes. What?
Well, was she? Did we
No,
see
she
Kanan
was
from the
fucking in
face up?
shadow.
Oh my god,
She was in shadow.
She was in shadow every single time. Oh my god, and it was only ever her hands and the cat's cradle scenes. Oh my god. Kanan is imposter.
And when Maria remembered everything and then ran, Kanan was there and she ignored her.
Oh my god, you're right. No. 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 Stanley felt his blood run cold. Could she be... Was she Alphard? The more he thought about it, the more it all added up. Assuming Alphard were masquerading as Kanan, the whole sequence of events suddenly began to make sense. She was strikingly audacious and fiendishly clever, but she hadn't outmaneuvered them just yet. As luck would have it, they still had a chance to stop her, and at long last, Stanley could see the outline of Alphard's plan. This makes a lot more sense because I've seen anime Kanan, and that makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah,
Now I understand.
There was an anime?
There was an anime sequel, question mark, released for this game.
Oh.
I'm very excited to watch it, because I fucking really want to know what happens in it.
Yeah.
The goal was to get the antiviral. But extracting the DDS from Hitomi's blood wasn't enough. The Kochi Pharmaceuticals still had the drug at the laboratory. The antiviral's value came specifically from having a monopoly on it. Which meant that, in addition to obtaining the drug herself, Alphard also needed to destroy Koshi's research facilities. That was the crux of her plan. The problem was finding a way to infiltrate those facilities. In all likelihood, Alphard's scheme went something like this. Have Maria Osawa kidnapped, then infected with the UA virus. After that, eliminate Tanaka. Once Osawa learned that Maria had been infected with the virus, he was certain to use the antiviral on her. But he'd need his partner Tanaka in order to access the storage facility, and Tanaka was dead. That was why Alphard had been masquerading as Kanan. Kanan was Maria's friend, and an expert at hacking passwords. If she could secure Osawa's trust, he would let her into the research facility in order to carry out the hack. That's why Alphard, in the guise of Kanan, had saved Hitomi's life repeatedly. Getting Hitomi's to trust her would likewise earn the trust of her father. There were still some finer details that remained a mystery. For instance, how was Alphard going to destroy the lab? Still, Stanley could look into that once he had her in custody. He needed to move quickly, and stop her from ever getting into the Okoshi facility.
I fixed it.
Daisuke approached Stanley and held up Maria's cell phone.
Well, as best I could at any rate. It looks like it'll get a signal, but whatever data is on it is all gone. I see!
Stanley took the phone and put it in his pocket. He'd hoped he might be able to learn something useful from it, but luck evidently wasn't on his side. He was just going to have to go up against Alphard with what he already had. Now that he'd guessed what was really going on, Stanley went to talk to Kano.
Back here! You need to go to the scramble without me.
What? Kano was visibly shocked. Where's this coming from all of a sudden?
Please, don't ask me to explain. Something else has come up, and I have to see it.
Stanley hated having to do this. He wished he could explain everything, but if he made any unusual moves now, there was a risk that Alphard would pick up on it. It was better to keep his companions in the dark, just in case. I understand. Do what you have to do. Come back soon.
I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more.
It's alright. I'll find a way to get by. Oh, Kano gave him the thumbs up. The sight brought back some painful memories. Until just a few hours ago, Stanley had instinctively seen Kano as all too naive. Now he finally knew why. Kano was just like his younger brother, Frank.
Frank
Stanley!
Frank
Frank and Jack Stanley?
They might have looked very different. They might have not looked like brothers. But in the way they mixed up their responsibilities and their personal feelings.
See?
They're totally alike. Oh wait, he's talking about Kano and Frank. Okay, never mind. That makes sense.
Oh yeah, that makes more sense.
Stanley couldn't discount that naivete. In the end, it was all a part of the human condition. Jack, are you really okay with this? He looks so weird.
Can you tell me what University of Chicago means?
Frank caused an anxious look at his older brother as they made their way onto the University of Chicago. A private university in Chicago, Illinois. Lauded as one of the foremost research institutions in the U.S., more than 90 alumni have been awarded the Nobel Prize. The school has made a number of major contributions to the world beyond simple academics, including the construction of the world's first artificial nuclear reactor, Chicago Pile 1, and the Chicago School of Economics, a school of economic thought that stresses monetarism.
As opposed to the world's first natural nuclear reactor. We all know.
Well.
Stanley, which it's technically applicable to both of them, but Jack Stanley is just called Stanley.
It's my responsibility to look after you. As long as you take your studying seriously, I'm all for it.
Frank had been worrying about tuition costs as he prepared for college. After losing their parents 5 years earlier, the two had struggled to get by. Yeah, but... Stanley set both hands on his brother's shoulders.
Listen to me, Frank. You're my brother, and I care about you. I just want whatever you do to be something you can be proud of.
All right, Jack. I hear you. And thanks.
Kano, promise me one thing.
What's that?
Once this is all over, you'll go have a beer with me.
Sure. All right.
That's a promise now. Remember.
Kano flashed him a grateful smile. And in that smile, Stanley again saw a little something of Frank.
Bum, bum.
Hurrying out of Ando Electronics, Stanley dialed up Tadano as he ran along.
Listen carefully. Your life may depend on it.
He knew that the detective wouldn't be able to respond openly, since Alphard was right there with him. On the spur of the moment, Stanley devised a simple code for how he should answer yes or no. He told Tadano to respond with "That's right" to mean yes, and "will do" to mean no. There was no time for anything more complex. Right now, Stanley just needed to stop Alphard from getting into the lab. He quickly explained his suspicions about Kanan. Tadano sounded distinctly unnerved.
At any rate, you need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on. Someone else do Tadano.
Will do.
Echo. I think Echo is...
Oh.
Echo was the original Tadano.
Yeah,
Who's the
Tano's been
original
fucking
Tadano?
hot potatoed all over.
Yeah.
Will do.
That was a very dramatic Tadano.
Wait, I think it shouldn't be Echo because Echo's also Kanan.
Like,
And they're
Kanan,
gonna
quote
be
unquote.
talking to each other.
I guess, yeah. Okay, Autumn, you can do Tadano.
Great. Will do.
So he's going to head to the he was going to head to the laboratory despite Stanley's instructions.
Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it?
That's right.
The detective's affirmation was firm.
Alright then. Guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside the lab.
That's right.
Tadano was no match for Alphard. If she figured out what was going on, she'd probably kill him on the spot.
Yeah,
Were you
she's good at that.
Reassurance or encouragement will be meaningless right now. Instead, Stanley left Tadano with one final warning.
It's not Ed.
Yeah, it's not A.
Like,
It's definitely not
A
A.
is not going to work.
Yeah,
I
think
I'm leaning
think
towards
B.
C because of never losing sight of what you're supposed to protect.
No, but that's for Kano. Tano,
That's true.
Tano never believed in that shit. Well, he did. It's just that he lost what he was trying to protect. I think it's B.
I'm gonna go with B.
Find some way to stall until I get there. If she realizes we're onto her, you're done for.
Tadano hung up without saying anything.
Is that the fucking van from the Wandering Angels? Or is that
It
another
very
van?
well might be. The area around Dogenzaka was in disarray. The government had declared a state of high alert, and people on the street were milling around uneasily, unsure just what was going on. Modern-day Japan lacks both the infrastructure and the legal framework to properly deal with the large-scale bioterrorist threat. Coordination between the police, Japan's self-defense force, health centers, and so forth would be a monumental task. In all likelihood, if a bioweapon was ever unleashed there, the target site would fall into chaos.
Uh-oh!
The main roads had been blocked off, and automobiles and motorcycles were at a standstill. Some vehicles had overturned on the curb in an apparent attempt to circumvent the blockade. Any moment now, Kano's team would be putting their plan into action at the scramble. Stanley wasn't sure who they might have gotten to help, but Kano was certain to put them to good use.
Please, stay safe. Don't you dare die on me.
Well, he tried his best.
Stanley prayed silently as he darted underneath the railway overpass. He made it to his car, still parked on the roadside, and, fortunately, beyond the blocked-off area. Jumping in, he sped off toward the laboratory. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alphard's plan of action. If Alphard herself was on the way to the lab now, what was the objective of the fake who had been sent to the scramble? A call came in from Tadano.
Stanley here.
He picked up quickly, but as he did, he wondered, why was Tadano calling him? Alphard was right there. There was no way the detective should be risking a phone call.
What's going on?
Tadano said nothing. Stanley repeated the question. Still, Tadano did not reply. Stanley's apprehension spread like a droplet of ink in water.
Hey, has something happened? Hey, answer me!
Kanan found his phone.
Call cut out. Stanley hurriedly dialed Tadano's number, but he couldn't get through. Something had gone badly wrong. He was sure of it. Had he been too arrogant in thinking that he might be a match for Alphard? His worries turned to the team at the scramble. What if they had walked into a trap? Figuring that it would be too dangerous to call Kano in the midst of the negotiations, Stanley instead dialed up Achi. There's so many jump points.
Mr. Stanley? What's going on?
To Stanley's relief, it sounded like things down at the scramble had gone well enough, so he asked Achi to put him on the phone with Kano.
Yeah, give me a sec. Detective!
Stanley could hear Achi shouting on the other end.
I got Stanley on the line. He said the Detective Tano.
There was a sudden tremendous boom, and then the call cut out.
Hey,
Stanley's
what was
jaw
that?
dropped.
Uh-oh.
He felt his mind emptied out by despair. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't even bring himself to scream. All he could do was curse inwardly, again and again. Stanley slammed his fist into the steering wheel as hard as he could. Then he did it again and again, and again and again and again. He didn't stop, even when his fists were marred with blood.
Okay.
Is it a bad end? Yeah, I guess it
Yeah,
is.
I think that was
What's
the
it-
wrong
Call
advice.
cut short.
No hint, even.
I think he just gave the wrong advice. That's my take.
I think that there's just no. I think there's just a lot of factors, and we have to fix some.
There's so much more, I feel like. Remember our last episode was going to be the last one?
No, there's we can do this.
We can do this. I believe in us.
We just have to like avoid bad ends somehow.
Let's go to... Do we want to go to Tadano or Achi?
I would say Tano or...
I kind of want to go to
Tano.
Tadano because I want to see what's happening over there.
Yeah.
I have to go here, despite... There should be a keep out here, I think. A big boom went up and the coal went dead, so it's on Achi
Yeah,
and
but
Tano's
there was
dead.
also some weird stuff with the Tano
Yeah.
before that.
Well, we get to watch Columbo die again.
Yep.
No!
Oh, it goes so slow because he's like dying.
Yeah.
Gal 1 says, I really feel like I would drag you out of your gaming bubble and take you to the light side, where there is only one rule for gaming. Kill or be killed, such as Ace Combat.
Nah,
I don't know what this means.
I don't need that.
I don't think Ace Combat has FMV.
It
Sorry.
doesn't. I don't think Ace Combat has FMV.
Inferior game.
I'm good.
Demon bubble?
Sorry, I was just taking a screenshot. He crashed headlong through that barricade. There's no way he'd come out of that uninjured. Is it gonna be keep out again?
Yeah, and then it's gonna keep us out, and
Why
then we're
did
gonna break the keep out. I don't know why it undid it. That's weird.
This is.
That's the Minorikawa.
Whoops.
The Jack Stanley and Tano jumps are a little, like, weird compared to the normal ones, it seems, which is fine. I think it was Jack Stanley had one.
That was to. Oh no.
Was it not to... That's the jump that gets us to...
Oh yeah, that's the jump that gets us to.
Yeah. Because of the beer. No, that... Yeah, that one...
It's not that one.
I think it was in the Jack Stanley. Oh, wait, no, you said that
this
it wasn't. Oh, but it was.
It was, yeah, not in the Kano to Jack Stanley, but in the Jack Stanley to Tano.
Yeah. Alright, we're going back 20 minutes. Psh.
Once they'd made it past Shibuya Station, the roads were relatively clear. They were to make it to the lab in no time. The phone rang again. It was Stanley. This is you, Autumn?
What's going on?
Listen carefully. Your life may depend on it. I'm going to ask you some questions. If the answer is yes, say, that's right. If the answer is no, say, reply with, will do.
The fucking Kanan in the background.
I love the
Fake
cannon in the
Kanan.
background.
For a moment, Tadano was bewildered. From the urgency in Stanley's voice, however, he realized that there was some kind of emergency.
That's right.
He said after a moment's thought. Tadano let Stanley know that he understood the code.
Is Kanan with you right now?
That's right.
That Kanan is an imposter. Do, 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 do.
Oh, his face.
Tadano gripped his phone more tightly, hoping it would stop the trembling in his hand.
It's her. She's Alphard.
The detective had to stifle a gasp of alarm.
I don't have time to fill you in on the details, but I've got some pretty incontrovertible evidence. You need to turn back now.
Tadano struggled to come to terms with what he just heard. He glanced at Kanan through the rearview mirror. She was holding Maria tightly in her arms. Is this really all an act on her part? And if so, why? There's only one possible reason. If Kanan really was Alphard, she had only one goal. She was pretending to help Maria in order to get into the lab, where she would be able to steal the antiviral. But wait, hold on. Kanan was Maria's friend, wasn't she? Hitomi had said as much herself. Kanan is my sister's friend. Maria certainly knew what her own friend looked like. And since it was obvious that Maria might be present, it didn't make sense for a clever imposter to pretend to be Kanan. Or did it? When Kanan showed up on the roof of South Hill, making her surprise attack on Tadano, Maria had taken off down the staircase without ever looking back. And when she turned up at the indoor electronics workroom, Maria had already collapsed and fallen unconscious. Tadano felt a chill spreading through his body. As far as he knew, Maria had never actually seen the girl who was now sitting in the back seat. But then, what about Hitomi?
Uh-oh.
Shouldn't she have known what Kanan looked like? Tadano tried to remember just what Hitomi had said. I just met her for the first time today. If they'd never met each other before today, then maybe Hitomi didn't know what the real Kanan looked like. That was the only explanation that made sense.
Hey, Tatsuno, are you still with me?
Bentley sounded like he was on the verge of panic.
At any rate, you need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what is going on.
Even if Kanan really was Alphard, Tadano had to keep heading toward that lab. He went over the coded responses in his head. Yes was that's right. No was will do.
Will do.
Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it?
That's right.
Alright then. Guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab.
That's right.
Tadano hung up.
Wait, who's Kanan?
This is Echo.
Oh, yeah. Who is that?
Tadano felt his heart skip a beat.
That was Kuze, that cop from earlier.
He tried to keep his voice as level as possible.
He was worried about us and wanted to check up.
Oh. Okay.
Tadano could only hope she hadn't guessed the truth. It felt like the specter of death himself was breathing down his neck.
My dude is like a shattered man, like emotionally, and also he walks with a cane.
Yeah.
And that's Alphard, who's a fucking Middle Eastern, like, super assassin spy.
Yeah.
He's fucked.
Yeah. At last, the minivan arrived at Okoshi Pharmaceutical. It's so spooky. Tadano pulled up the front gate and got out of the vehicle. Off to one side of the entrance was an intercom for contacting the security room. Also, the advice we gave to this guy didn't even come up. Wasn't in the dialogue.
Didn't get said.
I'm assuming you've already heard the details from the director. Open up.
We haven't heard anything from Director Osawa. And moreover, the laboratory is currently on lockdown. I'm sorry, but not even Director Osawa is allowed inside.
That's ridiculous.
Then, a car came racing towards him along the street. It's Osawa. The sound of screeching brakes filled the air as the vehicle skidded to a halt, and then Kenji Osawa jumped out from the driver's seat. Maria! Someone played the sound. Someone play it.
Maria.
Maria.
Osawa rushed over to Tadano, then to Maria, where she lay in the minivan. He looked carefully at his daughter's face.
Maria.
Oh, thank goodness. She still hasn't gone symptomatic. This is probably Tadano.
Mr. Osawa, why aren't people being allowed into the laboratory?
Osawa tilted his head. They're not? Tadano explained what the guard had said. That's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
Osawa immediately called the security guard on the intercom. He got the same story. You've got to be kidding me. I'm the lab director here. The security guard wasn't hearing it. I'm sorry, sir. These orders cover Mr. Makino. No. So am I just supposed to sit out here and watch my daughter die? Tadano racked his brain for other ideas. Maybe they'd have to climb the gate and break their way in? Then, over the intercom, they heard the sound of a phone ringing in the security room. The security guard answered it without muting the intercom speaker.
Good OPSEC.
His voice was faintly audible. He sounded rather differential. Who in the world could he be talking to? Before Tadano could muse further, the gate suddenly opens. FMV gate!
FMV!
Huh? Why? Tadano and Osawa looked at one another in surprise. I have a message for Director Osawa from Mr. Makino. From Makino? Osawa huddled over the intercom and had a brief sotto voce exchange with the guard. Her fucking shirt. I wish I knew what it said. I just want to know what her shirt says. I don't know.
What was that all about?
It, would seem that my wife was able to pull some strings for us. Let's find out what his wife is.
After Osawa left home, I had a change of heart, even if it meant losing everything. She decided she wanted to save Maria's life. Although Maria was not Ai's real daughter, it had turned out that the time they'd spent living together had sowed the first seeds of a familial bond. Aww.
That's nice.
When you started reading
Thanks,
that, I
I.
thought you said I, like the pronoun, and I was like,
Yeah,
what?
I
It's in
did
first
it.
person?
It was me. I did it.
Osawa smiled uncomfortably. Tadano didn't have time to wonder what that might mean.
Is that lock been opened for us as well?
The smile disappeared from Osawa's face. No, she wasn't able to do anything about the final layer of security.
Wait!
I mean, that's like the
There's
password that
nothing they can
nobody
do
can
about it.
unlock.
Oh, right, okay.
This is Tadano.
I see. Well, let's regroup inside for now.
Very well. By the way, who's going to be hacking the password?
I am.
Oh, so you're Kanan? We should get you to the laboratory then. Osawa began to lead the way inside. Kanan followed. If Kanan really was Alphard, Tadano couldn't let her into that lab. Without getting that lock open, there's no way of getting Maria the antiviral she needed to survive. What was the right call? Should he still pretend to be in the dark and let Kanan try to hack the password? What's the verdict, gamers?
No clue.
I feel like Stanley told them to stall for time and it went poorly, right?
Mm-hmm. But it's not clear whether that went poorly because it was just like the default choice for...
Yeah,
that's
we
true.
can't use that as
That's true.
evidence.
Oh. Wait for. What's the worst that could happen if you try to wait for Stanley? She gets upset.
She gets upset. She kills you with her assassin kills technique. Let's find out.
Yeah, she kills you with her assassin technique. Also, he's not gonna say we can't go anywhere. Stanley's coming. He's not gonna say that.
They couldn't go anywhere until Stanley.
He's gonna try to. Oh, he knows exactly what they need to do. That's good.
Tadano knew exactly what he needed to do. What's the matter? Saw her turn and cast a look of confusion back at Tadano and Kanan, both of whom had stopped in their tracks.
Kanan looks so sinister.
We'll wait out here.
But, I mean, isn't Kanan going to hack the password?
There's been a slight change of plans. Go ahead and wait for us at the lab, Director. Now, this seems bad to split up.
I mean,
This seems like the worst thing you could do, Tadano.
There's no way to explain to Osawa what the situation is.
I mean, you're right, but there's also, like, how you... The one way to not get killed by Kanan in this situation... Let me rephrase that. The one way to get killed by Kanan...
Alvard isn't like a Halloween movie monster.
Tadano, she might as well be.
Well, yeah, but anyway, let's keep going so we go home.
Alright. We don't have much time before Maria develops symptoms. I'll be inside. Please don't keep me waiting too long.
He's gonna get got by the scary grabber.
Saw her through the gate and disappeared from the view. The killer.
Tano's about to get fucking sus among us.
What do you think you're doing? Hmm?
Sniffing as Tadano nudged the barrel of his gun against her spine.
This is the only thing Tadano knows how to do.
Yeah, but this time it'll work.
This time.
You're Alfred, aren't you?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's no use trying to play dumb. Stanley found proof.
Nope. Yep, okay.
You fucking...
Before he finished speaking, Kanan fucking teleports behind him.
She just fucking used instant transmission?
She cartwheeled away at blinding speed.
so far.
She did a cartwheel!
Cartwheel!
Now, how do you do a cartwheel at blinding speed?
With a gun pointed at your back.
Too quick for Tadano to keep a beat on her.
How far is that good?
By the time she'd righted herself, she already drawn a gun of her own. Abruptly, he found himself facing her and stared down, weapons aimed at one another.
Oh.
Then Kanan's phone rang, and she reached to answer it.
This does line up with events, though.
Yeah. I don't know.
Don't move!
Did you forget?
Oh,
Did you,
yeah,
did you
that's
forget
why
the
she
plan?
doesn't...
That might be Hitomi calling.
I don't care. Don't you move.
That's why she doesn't answer the phone.
Kanan really was Alfard. The whole plan might be a sham. Tadano to keep the barrel of his gun squarely on its mark. Kanan let out a little sigh.
Have you considered that Stanley might be lying to you?
Yes, it's possible. But I need to make sure we avoid a worst-case scenario.
If you don't let me into the lab, who's going to hack the password?
We've got your little decoy. My friends will get the fake elf and cough up the password.
Once her phone had stopped ringing, Kanan sighed again.
What about Stanley then?
Does Stanley have... Yeah, Stanley does have a keep out, so...
No, Stanley has a bad end right now.
Oh, right, that's a bad end, not a keep out. Right, it's probably going to be a keep out, but we need to solve whatever
Happens
problem.
here. Yeah.
No, the problem with the other guys.
Yeah.
Who knows?
It's too mangly.
At that, Kanan lowered her gun. She seemed disturbingly full of confidence. Kanan flipped open her cell phone.
Who do you think you're calling?
Tadano adjusted his aim, pointing his gun at the young woman's head. Kanan?
Look, I'm going to call Hitomi and have her clear up these suspicions you have about me. We don't have the time for this right now. Wouldn't you agree?
Kanan stared back at Tadano, cell phone in hand, waiting for his reply.
We don't have time for this shit,
Um,
right?
but
I think at this point we have to double down. We've already accused her.
So which one's that, Eka?
Which one would you say is doubling down?
I think it's A.
It's A, yeah.
Yeah. Tadano.
It doesn't matter what Hitomi says. I trust my own judgment.
Kanan.
Your own judgment, huh? And is that always correct?
Kanan began punching in numbers. Sorry, I got distracted because Troke is reading along and I just read that message. Never took her eyes off Tadano as she waited for Hitomi to pick up. This is Kanan, I think?
She's not answering.
Kanan hung up and tried calling again. Sakayo.
It's me.
It's been so long since I've heard that song.
Yeah, I miss it.
It looked like she'd gotten through this time.
That detective doesn't trust me. Apparently he thinks I'm Alphard, not Kanan.
After a few moments, Kanan held the phone out to Tadano.
Here. Hitomi says I'm definitely Kanan.
Tadano didn't reach out for the phone. Instead, he advanced on Kanan with his gun still on its mark.
This is a farce. Hitomi's words don't mean a thing. You might be Kanan to her, but you aren't to me. I don't even know if there ever was a real person named Kanan in the first place. So maybe you're Kanan, and you're Al.
Kanan shook her head and put her phone away.
If you're really Alpha, you don't actually need to hack the password. I'm guessing you've already gotten it from Tanaka. Which means you'll be able to get your hands on the antiviral as soon as you get into that lab.
Kanan didn't so much as flinch.
The only thing stopping you is the antiviral still in Hitomi Osawa's body. Possessing the antiviral and having a monopoly on it are two very different things. You want to eliminate Hitomi. That's why you lured her down to the scramble. Am I wrong?
If that's true, then how am I planning on getting rid of her? Using this so-called substitute Alphard or something?
Yes, that's right.
Tadano couldn't be certain. But he couldn't think of any other way. Kanan let out a laugh.
You don't know the first thing about Alphard.
Not suspicious thing to say.
Alphard keeps the outlines of his plans blurred so that his deliberate actions just get lumped in with the coincidences. That's the crux of his plans. That's how he's able to pull off his schemes by himself. He'd never solicit help from a third party.
The words seemed like they were Kanan's, but also seemed like they were Alphard's. What does that mean? Whatever the case, Tadano had to let Kano know that Hitomi was in danger. His gun still at the ready. He got out his phone and called the detective.
We're doing so many calls right now.
Imagine if they could FaceTime.
Just hop into Skype.
Yeah.
But the phone rang several times, and nobody answered. Eventually, he
I
had no
guess he's
choice but to
busy.
hang up. They must have been in the middle of the confrontation on the other end. For now, Tadano could only pray that Kano and the others would be able to handle whatever threat they were up against. Kano did great. Kano's like living the life right now. I'm gonna be honest.
Well, yeah, but then then he's got to keep out, and then there seems like something happens with Aichi.
Yeah.
I am not letting you in there. Holy shit.
At that, Kanan let out a faint chuckle.
Ooh!
In that case, I'm going to have to eliminate you.
Even without her gun raised, she still radiated intimidation. Tadano might have had her at
Cartwheel at the speed
gunpoint,
of light.
but he could feel the threat of her presence like a gathering storm.
Eliminate me? You're the one who doesn't have your gun ready.
I don't need my gun.
What the fuck? Why is that?
No, you're setting it up.
Because you can't shoot me.
What's that
Oh,
supposed to mean?
Kanan glared sharply at Tadano. Her look pierced him like a blade. And she quirked an unsettling smile and took a step closer to him.
Don't move.
Tadano said,
I feel like this doesn't matter.
Yeah.
yeah.
"It's a Tadano."
Try anything funny and I'll make sure you regret it.
He kept his gun trained on the center of her chest.
You can't shoot me.
Kanan took another step closer.
You're still traumatized from that time you let your friend's wife die.
Hey, how do you know that?
Because she's Alfred!
She's fucking Alfred! Oh, this music!
How do you know about that?
Tadano was shaking now, his aim wavering.
I heard you talking with the younger detective up on that rooftop.
That was right. She had been there.
Let's test my theory out.
Kanan pointed her index finger at her own heart.
If you think I'm Alphard, then shoot me right here.
Huh?
The corner of her mouth twisted up.
Jokering.
Can I say something?
What?
With like her hair and like zoomed in. I don't know what it is. I just feel like she looks kind of like Aichi sometimes, like in certain angles.
Yeah, no, I kind of get what you mean.
I see it.
She's got
Anyway.
like the beautiful flowing hair. Anyway, you can't do it, can you?
Tadano's gun hand shook all the more.
You're afraid to pull the trigger.
It was the different words were spells that she was casting over him.
He's
Whoa.
hypnotizing him. You can hardly even stand the thought of pointing your gun at someone.
She looks like Jeff the Killer. Kodane's final moments flashed through Tadano's mind. Me when it's over.
Me when it's so over.
I was like
Oh.
perfectly in sync. If he hadn't fired back then, maybe Kodane would still be alive.
No.
No, probably not. I'm gonna be honest.
No, dude. God whizzed that knife back on his hand.
God, it was
There was
so
no
funny.
There was no chance. You did the perfect God shot, and then God, like, flinged it back.
Yeah, he shot
Yeah.
a knife out of a guy's hand, and then it did a flip in midair, and then landed back in his hand so that the guy could stab the lady.
Yeah.
It's a really funny scene.
Your friend's entire life was changed because of you.
Why hadn't he tried to talk the culprit down? He knew the reason why. Because he loved Kotone. He'd still loved her, even after she'd become Daisuke's wife. His desire to be the one who had saved her had warped his sense of judgment when things had come down to the wire. Tadano, do you not enjoy being with me? There was a forlorn look on Kotone's face. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy being with her. Her very presence soothed him. But the more serious the relationship had grown, the more it tore at Tadano's heart. The truth was that he didn't really know what happiness was, and so he was incapable of making someone else happy. If it were possible,
dude.
he'd want Kotone to be smiling always. That meant her being with someone other than him. Dude, no.
Okay, dude.
Oh, this is Tadano, young Tadano.
I think it would be best if we stopped seeing each other.
Tadano blurted out the words bluntly. Kotone's face fell. He hadn't broken up with her because of any lack of feeling for her. Rather, the impulse had actually sprung out of his pursuit of human warmth, and his growing fear of losing it. He'd just been so uneasy. More than anything, he'd been afraid that he wanted too much love and affection from Kotone.
Themes.
Oh my god!
The themes!
Tadano is really sad.
He's secretly on the same axis as Osawa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is a bad end. He's gonna die, like, for sure, right? Like...
Bit by bit.
Oh,
lowered his gun.
fuck.
His hand
No,
held steady.
dude.
Dude!
His heart was on the cusp of breaking.
He's losing sight of what he's supposed to protect.
She's re-traumatizing him.
No, not the Dick number 1.
And still Kanan continued with her diabolic whispering.
You can go ahead and kill me. But if it turns out I'm not Alphard, what then?
Now she stared at Tadano with an almost pitiable look.
That's not pitiable!
That's evil!
You'll have once more done something that you can never undo.
It's really getting in there. Tadano?
Something I can never undo.
Tadano repeated the words dully, feeling himself forced into a trance.
That's right. Could you ever accept that?
No, I couldn't. Couldn't make the same mistake.
His whole body felt like it might fall apart. He wanted to drop to the ground and curl up in a ball like a child.
And that's why you can't shoot anyone.
I can't shoot anyone. She really just fucking like hypnotized him.
Yeah!
Damn!
As Tadano muttered the words, Kano's face appeared in the back of his mind. I can! Tears fell from Kano's eyes as he looked down the barrel of his gun at Tadano. He'd become a detective who didn't lose sight of what he was supposed to protect, no matter the situation. Oh! Tadano had nearly forgotten.
Oh my god.
Nearly abandoned his inward promise to be a detective worthy of that final salute Kano had given him.
No, it's too late!
He brought his gun back up to bear!
Wait! Wait!
Don't be absurd. You can't shoot anyone.
Actually, I can.
The words creaked dryly from Tadano's throat.
When there's something I'm supposed to protect, I can't shoot.
The memory of Kano weeping but taking aim had given him the resolve he needed to face down an opponent who ought to have terrified him.
I learned that from someone who is terrible at his job.
Should have shot her while the gun was down.
Kanan's eyes went cold. Immediately she lifted up her gun again. Once more their eyes locked, sparks of hostility crackling between them. But almost immediately, Tadano could sense the difference in skill between his opponent and himself. The young woman radiated a deadly aura. The force of her stare was like a knife pressed to his throat. She had borne witness to carnage and bloodshed, the likes of which he couldn't even imagine. He couldn't win this. She would kill him, guaranteed. Tadano braced himself for death, never taking his eyes off Kanan's. If nothing else, he needed to buy time for Kano to get that password. But could he do that, given the opponent he faced? Yes. Somehow, he would do it. As a detective. As a man. Even if he had to give his own life to succeed.
That's so low res.
Yeah, I love the lower photo. It's just like a zoomed-in version of this photo. Even if it couldn't come close to making up for the sins he had committed. This is a sick-ass desktop background.
Yeah.
Kanan looks so fucking cool. End!
End
End for Tadano!
Yeah.
End of
With
his
the-
story.
with-
He did it.
Yeah, with that character moment. Oh, and?
It always
It
says
always
that.
says that.
Just
Oh,
because
that's
the
sad.
story is not over yet. Okay, so
Did
Jack
it?
now has different stuff.
Oh yeah, I knew.
Yeah, but we should, but I think he's going to inevitably run into the like problem of
Achi and stuff.
whatever's going on with Aichi and Kano.
Let's go Achi mode.
Let's go Aichi mode.
Achimoding.
Man, that scene was really good.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
believe it wasn't a bad end, honestly.
Yeah.
It really felt like it was going for bad end. And then, it was so good.
And then he fucking did it.
That's like such a strength of like the bad end formula is
Mhm.
the suspense is always there.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
you get used, especially because, like, there's more bad endings earlier in the story, so you get used to all these bad ends. And then, like, when things start taking a turn for the worse, and, like, you hear certain music tracks, you're like, oh god, no, everything's falling apart.
Was this guy
Yeah.
Alphard? The man arrived in front of Itomi and began speaking to her.
Yeah, please do the narration, because my voice is retired.
Yeah. Hitomi, Maria, even Aichi's father. This must be the guy who's responsible for everything. Aichi felt a pressing urge to flatten him right then and there.
With a big mallet.
Still, he knew he couldn't blow his cover until Kano gave the signal. Suppressing his raw emotions, he readied himself for action. Protecting Itomi has to come first. I can't let anything happen to her. Why hasn't it happened yet? Why isn't Kano giving the signal?
Freeze.
Suddenly, Kano rushed forward, his gun drawn. Ignoring the pain in his leg, Aichi dashed for Itomi as fast as he could. He cut in between Kano and Alphard, quickly pulling Itomi out of danger.
Hitomi, call Kanan again.
Shielded by Aichi now, she brought up her cell phone and dialed the number. But some time passed and there was no answer. Had there been some kind of trouble on Kanan's end? Looking increasingly worried, Hitomi tried calling several more times, but Tadano was like, fuck no. Then Alpha withdrew some strange vials from the attaché case he'd brought. Kano's face wavered with alarm. This had to be the terrorist trump card then. Kano and Alfred were having some sort of debate. Achi couldn't hear the specifics, but tensions were clearly running high. Kano hesitantly lowered his gun. We don't need that. Alfred flashed a haughty, confident grin. Looks like it's time for our trump card. Susumu! At his signal, the gang emerged from the crowd, moved into masse to hem Alfard in.
Surrounded.
Now the terrorist was visibly at a loss.
You certainly don't look like police.
You're right about that, Aichi said. I mean, just take a look. I gathered up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down.
That was a good line read.
As he spoke, he made sure to keep Hitomi shielded behind him. The pain in his leg was getting worse and worse, but he tried his utmost to not let it show. Oh yeah, like Kiryu fucking blasted his leg, right?
Yeah, Kiryu, like, swung at him with, like, a metal pipe, and he deflected it. He, like, fucking Daigo parried it with a fucking kick. Like a parry kick.
It was sick.
Shattered his fucking heel.
There's no escape! You've lost!
Lost? Me?
Well, it sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Alfred grimaced at Aichi's words.
I see. Then it appears our negotiations are at a close.
Why did he still seem so confident?
Achi is, like, bottom rung of the, like, fifth dimensional chess that's happening. He understands basically
None of
nothing. He's just here to punch.
Yeah.
Something definitely didn't feel right. This is just a bluff. He knows he can't get away. His only chance would be to spread the virus around and then take off while everyone was distracted, which meant they just needed to grab the guy and be done with it.
Enough the high and mighty act.
Evidently, Susumu shared Aichi's opinion. He began to stomp towards Alfard, but he didn't reach him in time. Yeah!
We get to watch this again. Yeah.
Well, we get to see this again. The vials in Alfard's hand went sailing high into the air.
I think that's Achi.
That's Kano. I thought it was Kano. Oh, wait. Look out! Catch him! Catch him! Aichi gestured for his comrades and found out across the open space. The vials seemed to almost vanish against the backdrop of the evening sky. How many of them had this guy even thrown? There was no way to tell for sure. And if even one of them broke open, it would be a death sentence for Shibuya. They had to make sure they caught them all.
Yeah.
Spinning around in the midst of the chaos, I just saw Susumu catch one vial deftly.
Yeah!
Many of the other gang members appeared to have done the same. There's one more! Over there! The desperate shout had come from... Oh, that's Hitomi!
There's one more! Over there!
The desperate shout had come from Hitomi. He'd spotted a vial sailing in a high arc away from all the SOS members.
Oh no.
Damn it!
Oh no, Achi, your leg!
Aichi launched into motion, ignoring the searing pain in his leg. But the falling vial was so far away. Yeah! It was now or never. He threw himself into a headfirst slide.
Yeah!
Nice catch!
Yeah!
Gang members broke out in
Let's go, Archies!
The gang
fucking
members
God,
fucking
dude.
thought it owned. Ashi got on his feet and looked around, but saw no sign of either Kano or Alphard. That's probably Susanoo.
With
Hey,
friends
Archie.
like these, you don't even need to gamble the lives of Shibuya.
If you're looking for the detective,
Susumu gestured with his chin. Aichi looked and saw Kano far away the scramble, chasing after Alphard. Soon, both men were lost in the crowd. Aichi would have charged off in pursuit as well, but his wounded leg made that impossible. Get him! Detective! He murmured under his breath. We're counting on you!
What?
Oh dear. Uh-huh.
Oh,
Yeah?
Yeah? What?
Yeah?
yeah, I mean, this is why the call cut out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Before he can complete his sentence, a massive explosion blasted Archie off his feet.
Oh, sorry. Tiny bits of metal tore through his arms, legs, and torso.
Oh, jeez.
He crashed to the ground and crumpled like a tattered rag. Yeah, what's this one? There were screams coming from all directions. But as Aichi started to fade from consciousness, the voices got softer and softer. No! Through the haze of pain, he saw a bloodied arm stretched out before him. He saw a hand that had been clasped with his hand all day long. The fingers feebly reached out for him, and Aichi intertwined them with his own. It took the very last of his strength. Then, both hands subsided into stillness.
Okay, so that was bad. That one.
Yeah, I need to know which number this is and work backwards.
I'm
Okay.
75.
stop the fucking bomb.
Okay, well I have some bad news.
What?
I don't know if pick the other thing. I think when we
For Kano or?
no here.
Oh, okay.
Is it here? Go back here. Yeah, pick the other one. Oh no. He really doesn't care if he survives. He was going to unleash the virus, accepting that would kill him too. Alfred met Aichi's eyes, seeing the haunted realization there. The terrorist flashed a wicked, triumphant grin. Right, because remember, in the real thing, Aichi didn't give a signal. It was Susumu who went forward for it.
Yeah, I mean, this is still going exactly the same, though.
No, it's gonna be a little different because
Nope.
oh, it's this still?
Yep,
Are
literally.
you
the same.
sure? Damn.
Even the truth.
Yeah,
I think it is.
I think there's
Kano.
got to be some way to stop the bomb.
Wait,
from
but
going
did
off.
Kano have a block or is Kano?
Kano had a keep out, but now he doesn't. Now
Oh,
it's changed. He had to jump to Stanley.
right.
And jump
Right, we
Hachi.
just jumped to Stanley. We actually didn't keep going, I think.
Oh yeah, no,
Right,
we didn't.
that's
finish.
true.
Yeah. We cut out right before a really important plot beat.
Yeah, apparently stop right before a bomb explodes.
So we all have that beer together after all.
Yeah!
Oh no! That's a signal for the bomb!
Oh, that's a signal for the bomb again.
Wait, yeah, that was a plot point earlier, wasn't it? I feel like that was a plot point
Wait.
earlier.
Hmm.
Kano was suddenly thrown down hard onto the pavement. Where had the explosion come from? His lighter certainly hadn't set the gasoline ablaze. Kano hadn't been that clumsy. So what had happened? Only one possible answer came to mind. Palmer had blown himself up. But that only confused Kano further. His captive had already given up the password. What would prompt him to set off a bomb at this juncture? As he was losing consciousness, Kano continued to rack his brain. But he found no answers. Maybe we have to not chase after Alphard.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
like, why?
no,
if
I
he's
think-
not,
I think I know.
What's your
Because it was triggered by a phone call,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Whose phone call?
Osawa.
No.
Hitomi's.
Though sort of, because remember that like in the Tatano thing, right? They're like she like calls Hitomi.
Yeah.
Oh,
And that happens-
she's not calling Hitomi.
Yeah, she is, and that's the trigger for the bomb.
Oh,
Okay, so
The-
how
the
do we
point-
stop that?
like, I thought
Maybe-
that. I
Hmm.
thought that too, but it's like we got a normal end.
Well, sometimes even if you have
Yeah,
the
but
right path
sometimes
for
that
one,
it-
sometimes if you have the right path for one character, it will things on that path that don't affect their path at all will affect other characters' paths.
Yeah, before.
This one?
Yeah.
oh.
Ah, tell her to stop.
Because this might be the trigger for the bomb, because the fucking cell phone.
Yeah, I assumed this was the trigger for the bomb when like we first did it, but then it wasn't a bad end, so I
Yeah,
didn't
but
realize that it could
It
be
could just
like
be that it doesn't matter because Tado doesn't contact them at all.
So this is sort of not such a time for right now. Okay, and then this just...
Yeah, now it's just the same.
Nope, hang on, I gotta go
We
back.
have to keep going, though. Oh, I hate it when it does this.
We'll just see when it rejoins up with the main plot.
Yeah, or if I was wrong. It's really funny that if my theory's correct, then she's saying, then how am I planning on getting rid of her?
Wait.
And then she has, in fact, already gotten rid of her.
Yeah. I'm constantly, like, checking the, like, skip ahead thing to see if we have rejoined red text, but...
Yeah,
Just
I wish
seeing
that
if
the
there's-
skip ahead thing was slightly better.
Okay, now Kano picks up.
Okay!
The architect was quick to pick up. Detective Tottenham, what's going on? Hold him.
Oh, you need to get Hitomi Osawa to safety immediately. Alphard isn't trying to get at her blood. He wants her eliminated.
What?
Hurry!
Yes, sir! Once he'd gotten Connor's confirmation, Tadano hung up.
Nice, nice, nice.
Okay, yeah. And now your little plan has been foiled.
Kanan snorted.
As it now, if I really am Alphard, all I need to do is eliminate you here and head right into that lab.
Even without her gun rays, she still radiated intimidation. And I think this is... Yep. Okay, here we go. Epic.
Yay! Yay!
Okay,
we
we
did
did
it! We're
it.
winners! We stopped the bomb! We did not stop the bomb yet.
We stopped Hitomi from dying. That counts for something.
Yeah, we need to find the bomb, though.
Bomb can go off.
Yeah, Jack's bad end is also gone because we know about the bomb.
Putting several times before Osawa picked up. It's Kano. I have the password. Are you serious? Here, let me give it to you. Are you ready? Yes! F59 FBAI F4QL1.
Yeah, I don't think that I don't think that I would have known that one.
Yeah, I don't think I would have guessed it. Would have taken a few like digits of like 111111.
Like it does have I in it.
Yeah, that's true.
It almost has FBI in it.
Yeah, but it has that because it has I on it in it.
Yeah, it has AI, which is Tadano, which is Tanaka's love interest. So
And Osawa's wife.
And Osawa's wife. As he passed along the alphanumeric sequence, Kana kept his eyes on Palmer. The man stared back at him with an expression of bitter defeat. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Then at last, Osawa's excited voice came through. That did it! It opened! The lock opened! Kana let out a deep breath of utter relief. You're really satisfied with catching me and saving the life of one girl? I suppose it's the Japanese way to forget the pain that's been visited upon you. But it's not over. The bloodshed will continue. All over the world. Women, children, the elderly, innocent, all will bleed. Because absolute justice is on our side.
Who?
Is that right?
America? What is he talking about?
Connor drove his fist into Palmer's face. There was no such thing as absolute justice. It was that kind of blind faith that kept the world in conflict. Well, this sure is quite the mess, says fucking Kuze, I guess.
Well, this sure is quite the mess.
Whirling around in surprise, Kana saw Kuze standing there. Dr. Kuze! Bowed his head apologetically. He may have apprehended the criminal mastermind, but only because he'd ignored a direct order to place Maria under quarantine. I'm sorry, sir, but I...
Save the apology. You're the one who solved the case. You did good, kid.
Once again, Kana bowed, this time even more deeply.
Oh, and one more thing, Kano.
Yes, sir?
Sasayama has regained consciousness. I thought you'd like to know.
Sasayama, they were able to save him?
I got a call from the hospital. It looks like he's going to pull through. Hey, is now the
That's
right
great.
time for this?
Really great news.
Oh,
Tears
I
of
guess
relief
he
came to
hasn't
Kana's
gotten
eyes.
called by Tatsuno yet.
Yeah. And if Osawa was able to get the lock of the lab open, he should also have been able to get Maria the antiviral without any further difficulty. Kana dragged Palmer to his feet and undid the handcuff from his own wrist, using it to properly bind his captive. The metal ring snapped shut with a soft, satisfying click. Palmer limply hung his head. It was over. It was all finally over. Not true. False.
Not true.
It really,
Maybe
Kana's
it's
about to
over
get a
for
phone
Kana.
call.
it really had
Oh,
been
he's about to
quite
get
a
a
day,
phone
Connor
call.
reflected. Beyond all the challenges he'd faced, he had come face to face with his own shortcomings. Now he knew what a long way he had to go to be the man he wanted to be. But at least he'd learned what it truly meant to be a detective.
Okay.
This is Kuze.
I mean, you don't even look alike, but...
The director shook his head and cleared his throat.
You know, Kano, for a second there, you look just like Tatsuno.
Really, sir? Kano smiled, fussing sheepishly with his hair. Kuze's
This-
words were the finest praise he could have asked for. He didn't really look like
Is he-
Tatsuno, but
It feels like he's dead. Everything Kano ever wanted is happening.
Yeah, that's usually...
usually not a great sign. Someday, he hoped he really might be a detective like Tatsuno. No, he decided he would be. And until then,
I'd quit.
he'd never give up on that dream.
I'd stop being caught. You can't top this.
It might be a long, long road, but he would walk it. He's gonna be like, nope, I did it, yippee!
He wanted being a police today. As long as a bomb doesn't explode in this scene right now.
That would be just the worst. If Kana looked up into the sky, man, I sure hope a bomb doesn't explode right now. The neon lights of the city shone from all over. This was the same old Shibuya that it always was, but one that he looked at now with new eyes.
Hey,
Hey, the call.
are you gonna get a phone call yet?
And keep out.
Keep out.
Did
Well,
Tano...
there was a jump in
Wait,
Tadano's.
Tano had a thing for that, right?
Yeah.
Do we want to do that, or do we want to go to
Stanley?
Jack or Aichi?
I want to go to I want to finish this jump.
You want to finish that? Okay, all right. Well, just because it's definitely gonna get intertwined with Aichi is my thing.
Yeah, I just want to see
They're in
what...
the same place. Right? Yeah, I guess it's just like, well, Kano, you had a really nice ending point, but unfortunately,
It's not over.
jump.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. His cell phone rang. His phone rang. Tadano's name appeared on the incoming call display. Kana quickly picked up. Detective Tadano? What's going on? Detective Tadano. Autumn.
Autumn.
Oh. You need to get Hitomi to Osawa to its safety immediately. Alfred isn't trying to get at her blood. He wants her eliminated.
What? Tono wasn't making any sense. Alphard, Palmer had already been arrested. The threat was over now.
Hurry!
Yes, sir. Hachi called out suddenly.
Detective!
He was standing with Hitomi and the others near the statue of Hachiko.
Detective! That's not the real Alphard! He's a fake!
A fake? Faker?
Yeah! I just got a call from Stanley!
Connor didn't want to believe it. If this Alphard was just a decoy, that meant the real culprit was elsewhere, still in the loose. Hachi's voice rang with desperation.
He said the real Alphard is planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb!
Shouting over a crowd of people, "There's gonna be a bomb! Someone's gonna blow out the whole scramble up!" Just not addressing the people around you, just talking to one
They're gonna
specific person.
blow us all up to kill Hitomi, who's right here!
To get rid of Hitomi? That lined up with what Tadano had just called to warn him about. It must be true then. Once again, Kano tensed. A bomb, but where?
Bomb, where's the bomb?
A team made up of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Security Bureau's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th riot police units, as well as the support vehicle unit. Division members are trained in explosives disposal. Typically, a dangerous explosive is frozen in liquid nitrogen, then moved away from the side of your support vehicle. The bomb is then detonated in a safe location. Explosives are almost never dismantled on site.
Good to know.
Given the Explosive Ordnance Division, we got an emergency here. Oh, that was Kuze.
Get the Explosive Ordnance Division! We've got an emergency here! We're at the scramble outside the station! Hurry!
The director started running toward the precinct, still shouting as he wove his way through the crowd. Kind of felt himself starting to panic. If Hitomi and Palmer were the targets, the bomb had to be nearby. He stormed over to his captive. Okay, where's the bomb? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. I already told you the password. What point would there be in keeping things from you now? He had a point.
Get a point.
If he had known about the existence of the bomb, he'd kept it a secret so far. Getting him to reveal it now would not be easy. Kind of decided just to have to go look for it himself. Took a deep breath and tried to think logically. If he were Alphard, what would he do?
What would he do?
Sure that he'd eliminate both Hitomi and the fake Alphard at the same time. Where would he plant a bomb in order to pull that off?
On the fake. Or on Hitomi?
In a minivan.
You know what? You know what, though?
Of course, it's not the minivan. There's no way it's the minivan.
Hitomi has spent time with Kanan.
I
A lot of time with Kanan.
I don't think there's a... Wait a minute.
The Sakai... That's Hitomi's ringtone. It's Hitomi. On Hitomi. That way he could be certain to at least eliminate her. Now that Hitomi carried the antiviral within her body, Alphard couldn't risk letting her go. If other terrorists happened to find out about her, managed to get hold of her blood, it could undermine everything he'd done. Whether he succeeded or failed at getting the antiviral from her, killing Hitomi must have been part of the plan. The thing is, if this is a fake Alphard, why did real Alphard give him the password that worked?
He maybe just got it from Tanaka, like, by virtue of being the in-between, so that Alphard would reveal.
He could have been
her
acting as a
identity
middleman.
to
Yeah, true.
Tanaka.
Yeah, true.
Because remember the scene where everybody was together and the computer got hacked?
Yeah.
Wasn't Kanan there?
Kanan was
No,
there.
Leland. Yeah, and also because Leland was the organ trafficker
Yeah,
to Nice Day. So like he
Yeah,
is
okay.
important middleman.
Pardon me, miss. I just need to search you real quick. Hitomi hesitated, then gave a firm nod. Achi, keep an eye on this guy. If he tries anything funny, feel free to punch his lights out. Achi.
Okay, sure thing.
Kato carefully scanned Hitomi from top to bottom. A cursory look was enough to tell him that there wasn't anywhere on her person a bomb could feasibly be hidden. Nonetheless, he did a pat-down search just to make sure. She had her cell phone in her pocket. Beyond that, she wasn't carrying anything else of note on her person. Did you buy all of the jewelry and accessories you're wearing yourself? Yes, most of them. The ring I got from my sister. What about your clothes? Oh, I bought them just this afternoon. The top I was wearing before I got torn. I see. Kind of sighed deeply. No bomb. It wasn't there. Was Connor's guess off base? Or had Stanley just been jumping in shadows? Deciding he'd better check with the American, Connor got out his cell phone. Cell phone? Connor stared at his phone without dialing. That was it. People always kept their cell phones on them. If you planted a bomb on one, you'd be sure to eliminate the owner. Hitomi, you have to give me your cell phone. It's a bomb. It was the only explanation. He took the phone from Hitomi and went to power it on.
Stop! Don't turn that thing on!
Why not?
I don't know. It's just what Stanley said. He told me to make sure her phone stayed off.
Yeah. There was no doubt about it. This was it. On his own phone, Connor called Director Kuze.
Oh.
Hey, that's a lot of rings. Okay, no, he answered. It's Kano. I found the bomb. It's a miniature explosive inside a cell phone. Kano described the dimensions and weight of the phone. The director ordered him to stand by until the bomb squad arrived. Kano hung up, then gently set Tomi's phone down on the ground. It's kind of cute.
Yeah, it's a shame that it's gonna explode.
Well, oh, this is Achi.
Well, what do we do?
Rest in peace, Ask Jeeves. Why did you say this, Game Quarter? Was there an Ask Jeeves in the... Maybe there's an Ask... Oh, maybe it's on the phone. But now, just let me handle this. We don't know when or how the thing might explode. You guys get out of here.
But...
Look, just get out of here. I'm just waiting for the explosive ordnance unit to get here. After that, I'll clear out right away, too. There's an ask.jp ad. Oh, that was funny. Don't worry.
All right.
Oh. Okay.
I guess it wasn't that one. But I wish it was, because I feel like we're going to get a very similar scene anyway.
What the fuck?
The blast was far too big to have come from something the size of a cell phone.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring
yeah.
too.
Maybe it's a minivan then. Classic
It's
minivan.
gotta be the
explosion.
minivan. It's gotta be the minivan.
I don't think the minivan works.
Nice.
Nice. Nice. Nice.
Nice. Nice.
The bomb explodes. Nice.
But it's definitely one of them, so, you know. What is there left but to try again, right?
Maybe let's go to Jack and maybe he'll know what the bomb freaking thing is, and then he can tell us. Wait, no, but the bomb is exploding, so he's just gonna get a bad end again.
No, but the bomb's exploding later.
Yeah, that's true. So we can get
The-
a little bit of information.
Maybe the cell phone is just like a relay.
That's my thought, is that it's a trigger for the bomb. But that one triggered without the phone ringing.
Right, so maybe there's a backup? Maybe Kanan's got fake Kanan's got somebody on the scene to, like...
Or it's just, like, on a timer and it just puts it off early. Well,
Yeah,
this is fine. I think
We have the jump for this.
we have this.
It just keeps going. Like, we're getting really close, but it's just like, we're getting down to the wire and so much shit is being added. Which is perfectly in character for this game, but damn.
I think we'll do it.
Yeah.
That was the wrong jump, I guess.
Yeah, I think that was the wrong jump. Yeah, this was a way early jump.
We'll probably run long, though, definitely. I do think we can finish the stream today, but it'll probably run long. There's this Stanley jump here, maybe?
This one would make sense.
Yeah. That's for 650? Yep, that's it.
Yeah, yep. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alphard's plan of action. If Alphard herself was on the way to the lab now, then what was the objective of the fake who'd been sent to the scramble?
He's a bomb.
It is probably attacked as a decoy. Surely that was the imposter's purpose. But it wouldn't be a simple matter of providing a brief distraction. Alfred had been careful to wipe almost everyone she'd associated with in the past. That was precisely why all of her defining characteristics, such as age and sex and nationality, had been unknown. It was unthinkable that she'd allowed this decoy, who almost certainly knew who she really was, to stay alive. And since Atomi carried the antiviral in her body, Alphard likely wanted to get rid of her as well. In all likelihood, the terrorist mastermind was planning to steal the antiviral from the lab, but as long as some of it remained in Atomi's bloodstream, she wouldn't have the monopoly on it. Aha! Stanley suddenly blurted aloud. He just realized what Alfred hoped to accomplish at the scramble. She meant to eliminate both Hitomi and her own decoy at the same time. The question was, how? Beginning with her bombing in Chicago, Alfred had made frequent use of remote-controlled explosives. It was likely that she'd opt for something similar here as well. But she wasn't going to be at the scramble herself. So how in the world was she going to trigger the explosion? Was there some clue to be found in something she'd said or done earlier? Think. Try to remember. Think. Try to remember. If he didn't do something, everyone in the scramble was probably going to die. Then, as he desperately racked his brain, he remembered something Kano had said. It had been while they were at the scene of the minivan explosion together.
Oh, yeah!
He heard a cell phone ringtone at the time of the explosion. Not sure that's significant, though.
So it is the minivan! It's the classic. The Alphard special.
Stanley recalled the recent exchange between Alphard and Tomy. The two had called each other's cell phones. Alfred hadn't been really checking to make sure she had the right number. She's been checking to make sure Hitomi hadn't changed her ringtone.
Oh my god.
That was
Ayakamiki,
it.
Ayakamiki bomb. Bomb that explodes when it hears
Ayakamiki
Ayakamiki
bomb!
ringtone.
The bomb was set to detonate in response to a specific piece of music. And the ringtone on Hitomi's phone was the trigger. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Stanley didn't have time to think. He needed to alert Kano and the others right away. As he pulled out his phone again, he recalled the map of stakeout positions. Kano would probably be right next to the decoy Alphard. It might be a mistake to call him under the circumstances. Maybe he couldn't risk calling Kano, but he could call Aichi. Stanley dialed Aichi Endo's number. Please, don't let me be too late, he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. Aichi was quick to pick up. Mr. Stanley?
Like it.
What's going on?
Okay, so...
Alright, we need to progress Aichi until he gets on a wall.
Yeah, and then bounce between the two. I think we should go back to Kano and do minivan, though. Because I just want to make that choice done so we can, like...
Yeah. There, yep, goals. Galls. Galls. Galls.
in a minivan. He's going to try the same ploy all over again. Kind of thought back to the other van explosion earlier that afternoon. Alphard would need an explosion big enough to wipe out both Hitomi and the fake Alphard, even if they got separated. With that in mind, rather than plant a bomb in one fixed spot, he would use a minivan, which could be moved to wherever Hitomi and Palmer had happened to be. Achi, it's in a minivan! Look for a minivan! Ask.jp.
There's Ask.jp!
Kano scanned the area. There were plenty of vehicles parked all around, but no minivans. This seems strange. If the two intended victims were here now, he'd expect the bomb to be somewhere near as well. Still, he didn't spot a minivan anywhere. Kano ground his teeth in frustration, sweat practically pouring from his forehead. Was he wrong in his assumption? If he was wrong, where else could the bomb be hidden? His mind began to run in circles. Okay, you can do this. Focus. Just think. Focus. Think. He had to trust himself, and then take action. He decided he just had to start checking whatever vehicles were close by. Leaving the fake Alphard under SOS's watch, he ran for the nearest parked car. He peered in through the side windows. There didn't appear to be anything suspicious inside. Of course, if the bomb were sitting in the engine compartment or the trunk, a cursory check like this would never find it. Still, he hurried toward the next car. He had to trust his detective instincts. If he couldn't spot the bomb itself in a vehicle, maybe something else would alert him to its presence. Alphard heard a certain criminal signature that Kano was sure would linger. A certain stink.
Certain smell stank.
Nothing abnormal here. No problems here. Not this one either. With each car he checked, Kano's panic rose. About a minute. No, 2 minutes must have passed since he started searching for the bomb. Already more than 15 had passed since Palmer had appeared on the scene. The detonation come at any moment now. Kano felt he might crumble under the weight of fear. It might already be too late.
It's dark out for 7:15.
Yeah.
It's late in the year.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And then he saw it. Oh, a minivan!
What?
A small, boxy minivan. And it was
Wait a
racing
minute.
right toward him.
Wait a minute.
That was it. It had to be. The van... Oh my god.
I
The
don't.
The dry ice machine! The dry ice machine was hacked to be a bomb!
I don't.
The dry ice machine was the bomb. It was a dry ice machine the whole time. Kano sprang into action. Stop! Stop that vehicle! He rushed right into the minivan's path, bracing himself to stop it with his own body if necessary. Driver's compartment was filled with white smoke, making it impossible for him to see who was driving.
Yeah, that's
Man
the
might be
Wandering
unmanned.
Angels.
Stop! He knew it was probably pointless, but he had to try. Okay, fucked it again.
Yeah, it's probably the fake.
Huh?
Because that van is the Wandering Angels van.
Right.
Well, he's not dead. Oh,
Yeah,
but
but the bomb going off is bad.
he's kind of rolled around. You can see countless. Oh no!
Oh,
It's
but he's
'cause
on
he
the
was,
fake.
he was on he what the hell had just happened? No.
They
How?
fucking like they double red herringed here.
A double red herring me. This is sort of a. This game is sort of like a fish pond of red herrings.
He missed the explosion because he was running to the van. Fucked up.
The number 69, the
The
bomb
bomb
explodes. Number 70, the bomb
The
explodes.
bomb explodes.
There's just like 7
Hey.
bad endings that are like, hey, dumbass, make sure this
Do you
bomb
want to know
doesn't
the
explode.
number?
What?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah,
There are 6 that are just called the bomb explodes.
that's very funny.
Anyway, let's go to the.
Is it just not in Kano's route? Does Kano not? Kano always.
It's on him. He has it.
It's gotta be right.
So
Even if he doesn't
He
know.
doesn't know,
maybe
but he
does.
has it.
there's no other place he could possibly have planted it. Kano began to pat Palmer down carefully. Achi, check the case, hurry! Oh yeah, the attaché case. Don't move. Connor searched through his jacket and the pockets of his pants. But he came up with nothing. Perhaps Alphard had fitted the bomb into the man's watch or belt. Stop this. I'm not carrying a bomb. Shut your mouth. Connor couldn't spot anything suspicious about the watch or belt either. Clenched his jaw in frustration. Did Palmer really not have it after all? It was Achi. He looked alarmed. Connor hurried over to him, dragging Palmer
We found the
along.
bomb.
It was in the case. When he looked inside the attaché case, Palmer's face went pale.
No, it can't be. Alphard, why?
His voice was hoarse with betrayal. Damn.
I gotta be right back.
Then he abruptly broke into stilted laughter.
Trusting someone really does make you blind. Such a simple, childish ruse, and it went right under my nose.
Palmer looked over at Kano.
We need to get out of here immediately. That right there is C4.
A plastic explosive
plastic-
created for military use. The chief component is RDX, trimethylinitrinityramine. Trimethylinitrinityramine, which is combined with a plasticizers such as diacetylsipicate. Whatever. It is highly reliable. Is it highly reliable? It is highly reliable, and it is used. It's just there was a typo. It says "is it" instead of "it is."
Oh,
And
yeah.
is used by many military forces around the world, most notably the U.S. Armed Forces.
A high-yield plastic explosive used by the military, and that's enough to blow this whole area to smithereens.
Chill ran up Kano's spine. Do not let this man go, he said, handing Palmer over to Smith.
Got it. Just leave it to us. Autumn's not here right now.
Yeah. Just a signal to his followers, who immediately dumped the
Who
bomb
did you?
and unceremoniously onto the
They
ground.
dumped him.
That's a decent chunk of C4.
Whoa, that's a lot of C4. How did he not realize?
Kano carefully inspected the inside of the attaché.
Is he stupid?
Achi had found a false bottom in the case. Space beneath it was indeed packed full of plastic explosives. Set within it was what looked like a detonator. Kano didn't know much about bomb disposal. He'd only been taught the very basics during his police academy training. Nonetheless, something drew his eye. There was a parabolic microphone attached to the detonator. In all likelihood, the detonator had been set to go off in response to some sort of sound.
Hey, detective? Is that thing gonna explode or not?
Archie's voice was shaky. Looks like it's sound activated, but it hasn't gone off just from having people talking nearby. That means it must be set to explode in response to a specific sound trigger.
A specific sound, huh?
Archie took a moment to think.
That's it! It must be Atomi's ringtone. That's why Stanley had me power her cell phone off.
So that means we're safe, then? It's not going to explode anymore, right? Kano had to fight back any feelings of relief. They couldn't forget that this was Alfred they were dealing with. Assuming they were safe would be a dangerous mistake. Carefully lifting up the detonator, Kano spotted another cable connected to the bomb.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, it's... Calmly as he could, he tried to remove the plastic explosive from the attaché case.
Ooh. Oh, 3 minutes!
He quickly discovered that the thinly stretched sheet of plastic explosive was only an intermediate layer, concealing a second false bottom. A small timer had been set underneath the
bottom.
There's not just a sound trigger. Kano's mouth had gone dry. His voice came out as a whisper. The bomb has also been fitted with a countdown timer. Stanley had been right on the mark. The ringtone of Atomi's cell phone would trigger the explosion. That way, Alphard could eliminate both her and his stooge, Palmer, at the same time. But just in case a sound trigger were discovered, as a backup, the bomb had also been rigged to explode after a set time.
Hey, this seems...
Kano speed dialed his boss. Director Kuze, where is that bomb squad? 151, 150. Not even 2 minutes left to go. It didn't look like the explosive ordnance unit would make it in time. Kano scanned the area, weighing his options. He noticed Achi standing right beside the bomb case. Achi, leave that thing and get out of here! But Achi didn't move.
No way.
He sat down, the attaché case cradled in his arms. Achi, what the hell are you doing?
I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away! Clear the area first, then I'll go!
But there's no way I can do that.
Damn it! Don't you want to save these people too?
Kano bit his lower lip in frustration. Achi was right. If the bomb went off amidst a crowd like this, there's no telling how many casualties there'd be. He needed to do whatever he could as quickly as possible.
Get back! Everybody get back! There's a bomb! Everyone get out of here! Just run!
Following his lead, Kano started directing nearby civilians to safety. Hitomi, Susumu, and the others added their voice to his. There's a bomb! Everybody run!
Get away! Get away as fast as you can!
Is Oldham back yet? I don't know if Oldham got back yet.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry. Hi.
Susumu is one of these.
Please, you all have to get out of here!
The crowd wasn't listening to their warnings. On the contrary, some people hurried closer to see what the commotion was all about.
No!
It was no use. They were out of time. Kano had to save Achi, at least. He turned back to him and called out. Hachi, that's enough. Leave the bomb and let's go. Hachi, come on. But Hachi only clutched the bomb more tightly. What are you doing? Come with us, hurry! Still, Hachi would not move. Susumu's face went pale. Oh no.
Oh, fuck. Autumn, that's you.
Wait, Achi, your leg!
What about...
What about my leg?
Earlier, when you kicked that steel pipe.
What the heck? Finally Kano understood. It wasn't that Achi didn't want to move. He couldn't move. So he decided to get all heroic and use himself as a human shield to minimize the impact of the explosion on everybody else. Idiot. If the leg was busted, why didn't he say so? How'd he even make it this far?
How
There
did
couldn't be
he
much
even
time
make
left.
this far?
Kano rushed to help him now. He might not make it to safety before the bomb went off. He had to make a decision.
They both die in B, right?
Kano ran for Hachi anyway. He couldn't just abandon him.
Oh, they're both gonna die.
Hachi was being an idiot. He wanted to sacrifice himself for the greater good, but Kano wasn't going to let him do that. To have someone else be your shield, to have them up and give their life to yours. Hachi had no idea just how hard that would be on the people he left behind, even if it did save their lives. And until he was capable of comprehending that, Kano wasn't going to just let this kid die. He reached
I
Hachi
love
in a matter of
this
moments and
chain
grabbed him by the shoulder.
of human
hard.
shields on the bomb.
Let go of the case, now. Hachi reflexively hunched lower.
What the hell are you doing, man? Why'd you come back here?
Just come with me. We have to get out of here.
You need to run! I can't move!
Oh, you've got to be kidding me! Kano squatted down and looked Hachi right in the eye. Okay, you can't move on your own, so I'm going to help you move. And unless you want to kill me, too, you better cooperate.
Damn it! Don't be a fool, man!
Strength ebbed from Hachi's hands. Wasting no time, Kano pulled the case away and slipped an arm around Hachi's side. Oh, no.
Oh.
Their legs got entangled as Kano dragged Hachi to his feet. Come on, run! The ticker shouted when they were upright at last. They needed to get as far away as possible in the few seconds they had left. Kano didn't know how big the explosion was going to be. Well, I do, and you're definitely dead. Palmer had said it would be enough to blow the whole area to smithereens, though, and there had been true terror in his voice when he said it. They just needed to keep moving. Keep running as far as their legs would take them.
5, 4, 3,
Hachi!
2, 1.
Good timing, Soul.
There was a blinding flash of light. And everything went dark. The force of the blast robbed Kano of his senses. He couldn't tell what had happened to Hachi. And in the end, Kano never even knew what cut his own life short. What?
No, he knows that it was a bomb, I think.
That implies to me that it was not the bomb.
But it was the bomb.
Maybe it wasn't the bomb.
The bomb explodes.
Maybe he
The
got
bomb explodes
killed
again.
after the bomb. Maybe it was a different bomb. Maybe that bomb is a fake bomb.
Hey,
I can't.
hey, let's calm down a bit, okay? Before we start
Okay, it's
thinking
the bomb, right? The bomb explodes.
Let's calm down a bit. There's one bomb. There's the C4.
It's a fake bomb.
Oh my god.
It's a fake bomb. It's a fake bomb, Saul. I know it's a fake bomb, and I'm on the same wavelength as this game. I know it's true.
Archie would charge off pursuit as well, but his wounded leg made that impossible. Get him, detective. He murmured under his breath. We're counting on you.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I should really, I should really play these out sometime. Jack's path is open now?
Yeah, it's been open. Wait, no, it's not. It's closed. We gotta keep out.
That didn't break the keep out. Okay.
Wait, did you use the keep out?
Oh, this is the jump. We could go... Do we want to go to Stanley, or do we want to jump to Archie?
No, because Stanley's still in the keep out.
Well, we have a Stanley... We have a...
Who is the Stanley break?
There's this Stanley jump. But I think... No, that's a different Stanley jump. There's this Stanley jump. Nope, that's a Connor jump.
No, that's the Kano jump.
Yeah, I
Just
think
jump
you do have to go to
Taichi from
Archie.
Stanley. Jump Taichi from Stanley.
There we go. I think Jack and Archie are gonna double jump. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Kano was fucking... Yeah!
Eventually, Aichi spotted Kano on the far edge of the crowd. The detective pumped his fist in victory. It looked like he'd gone out for to cough up the password. Thank goodness. Finally, some really good news. Now Tomi and Maria were both safe. A surge of relief ran through Aichi's body. Everything was good and nothing bad could possibly happen. Unexpectedly, his cell phone rang.
His phone rang.
It's convenient that he did not have, it was Stanley, who we could jump back to right now if we wanted.
Do we want to do
Mr.
that?
Stanley?
I want to see
What's
what Archie's
going
doing.
on? You're the player character. You're controlling it. You decide. How did the negotiations go?
I'm the player character? Wait, am I not
Yeah,
the
you're
player?
the player character. Aichi quickly filled him in on the good news.
Wait, I'm not the player? I'm the player character?
I don't know anymore. Okay?
I'm in the video game.
Yeah, you're mean clean.
I'm not mean clean.
The detective caught Alfred. He got it to give it the password. I think he's called the folks at the lab. Does that mean the case is closed then? No, not yet. Right now, I need you to do exactly as I tell you. For a moment, Aichi's head swam. This isn't over yet? Why? What's going on? If you want to save Hitomi, then shut up and listen! Alright, tell me what to do. First, you need to power down Hitomi's cell phone. Turn off her phone? What for? Was Stanley serious or just messing with him? I'm pretty sure that there's a bomb somewhere near your location. A bomb? Aichi's voice squeaked into falsetto.
You do that in falsetto, please?
No. The guy Nakano just apprehended is a decoy. Not if I do fucking not with that voice.
Not Archie's voice, but falsetto, yeah. I don't think...
No, that's impossible for me.
Watch out! You're gonna crash! Ah!
Ah!
The real Alphard is planning to eliminate Hitomi and the false Alphard at the same time. Eliminate both Hitomi and his own decoy? Why would he do that? And if the guy they just captured was a fake, then who was the real Alphard? He couldn't wrap around his head. The more he tried, the more his thoughts became a jumbled mess. So he just not worry about it. Aichi, just don't worry about it. Listen, first off, turn that cell phone off. Then, go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Right now, he just needed to do what Stanley told him to do, like a good dog. He didn't have time to make sense of the situation. Hang up. He called out to Hitomi. Hitomi, you have to turn off your cell phone. She stared back at him, too confused to act. Look, just hurry up and do it.
Right, okay.
Pulling her phone from her pocket, she switched the power off.
I wonder if doing that first would have made Kanan, fake Kanan, like, not work.
Yeah, I wonder.
Like what you tried to call.
I actually don't know if you can get here without doing that.
Yeah, I think there's too much stuff. We definitely needed the top Noah jump in there. Khan was looking toward him, seemingly already aware that something was amiss. Detective, that's not the real Alphard. He's a fake.
Fake?
Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. He said the real Alphard is trying to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with a bomb.
Kind of hardly turned back to the fake Alfred.
Meanwhile, Aichi's mind was racing again. If the bomb was meant to wipe out both Hitomi and the deposit, it would be pretty powerful. So it couldn't be anything particularly small. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Aichi scanned the area, but didn't seem to spot any space that seemed plausible. Ta-da! Then his eyes happened to light on the attaché case the decoy had discarded. Could it be? No sooner had his suspicions been round than he heard Kano call out to him.
Aichi, check the case.
He hurriedly opened up the attaché case and searched the interior. But the only things inside were a piece of medical equipment. Tubes, syringes, that kind of stuff. There was nothing that looked remotely like a bomb. Still, where else could the bomb possibly be hidden? Damn it! He had to find the explosive, and soon. He took another hard look at the case. Oh, this is a scary one.
I think it's probably just one of those things that does it.
He lifted that cassette case up high and flipped it upside down. But as he was about to throw it, he heard a faint metallic sound. Quickly, he lowered the case again. He was certain the noise had come from inside. Once more, he opened the case and looked inside. But still, he saw nothing of note. He tossed the medical equipment aside and slowly tilted the case from side to side. Although it looked empty, there was a distinct sound of something metal sliding back and forth. Hold on. Could it be? Aichi tugged at the case's inner lining, quickly tearing it free. Yep.
It's bomb.
It's bomb.
It's bomb.
It's bomb.
His eyes went wide. A thin layer of something that resembled white clay had been affixed inside the cover of the case. Several wires connected to a small electronic device. This was it. The bomb really was inside the attaché case. Here it is! He shouted at Kano. I found it! Kano heard bring over, Captain with him. There, Mr. Palmer, take a look. Fake Alfred went pale because it's a bomb. He got tracked. He got tricked. He was like, oh,
No,
fuck.
it
Oh,
can't
shit,
be.
no.
Alphard, why?
He was turbo betrayed, and then he started laughing like the Joker, all Jonkler style.
Trusting someone really does make you blind. Such a simple, childish ruse, and it went right under my nose. We need to get out of here immediately. That right there is C4, a high-yield plastic explosive used by the military.
I like
That's
that he
enough to
said
blow
in
this
a way
whole
that
area
meant
to
that it wasn't
smithereens.
blue.
Yeah. Achi doesn't care about C4. He doesn't know what it is.
Blow the whole area to smithereens? Aichi pictured Shibuya reduced to a blasted ruin. Meanwhile, Kane frantically began searching the inside of the attaché case.
A microphone. This is mostly stuff we've seen before, but I'm curious if
Yeah.
I think there's probably gonna be a choice when Achi, like, hugs the case.
Yeah, that's my guess too. You have to influence Achi's free will.
Yeah, that's the game.
The game's just all about influencing
The
the
thing
correct
is that when
real
people
world.
is that when these characters just do their first decision, a lot of the time they end up, like, exploding or quitting their job to go and live a life of farming because they got too depressed, or, like,
Or something like that,
going
yeah.
to fish for bluefin tuna or whatever.
Gotta go play Farm
The
in
Gold
Ridge
of the
Valley.
Sea or
Yeah.
whatever.
Maybe, but I
That's
wouldn't have
important.
realized it.
Blah 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 blah. We've seen this before. The sight made Aichi's heart leap, then Kana went stock still, as if caught in a hungry predator's gaze.
I have to be right back. I have to pee really bad.
Okay.
Good luck, have
Go
fun.
pee.
It's not just a sound trigger.
While Kano made a desperate call to the police, Achi picked up the attaché case and peered inside. The digital timer was steadily ticking down in the seconds. Aichi scanned the nearby area. There were too many people around the scramble. Hitomi was there. Susumu was there.
His girlfriend and his boyfriend.
They were both there. Several more of his old pals. He didn't know it, but the taxi driver was probably nearby,
Yeah.
and that was his former teacher, along with a bunch of innocent bystanders. The people are the lifeblood, Aichi reminded himself. The blood that coursed through the body that was the city. Like cells, they brought to life the city he so loved. And Aichi wanted to be one of the red, or was it white?
He doesn't
blood
know
cells in
anything!
Shibuya.
He meant white blood cell. Achi, leave that thing and get out of here!
No way!
Okay,
Aichi
never
sat
mind.
down,
No choice.
cradling the case in his arms. Aichi, what the hell are you doing? I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety, which is a lie. It's just that his leg's fucked. I think Kano's choice.
Yeah.
Well, we might as well see the other version of a bombing exploding.
Hitomi wrapped her arms around Achi from behind. Achi, don't do this.
Hitomi, you need to get out of here too.
Why? Why are you acting so crazy? Tears blurred her words.
She could feel her trembling against him. It doesn't matter. Just get as far away as you can.
No. No, I'm not leaving you.
After the day they'd spent together, Aichi knew full well that telling Hitomi something once wasn't enough to get her to listen. That stubbornness was one of the many things that made her so amazing in his eyes. Hitomi. Aichi clasped one of her hands tightly. Please. This is the one favor I will ever ask of you. His voice came out oddly soft and gentle.
Alright. But let me just say one thing first.
Oh?
There's still so many things
Oh?
I want to talk to you about. So much more that I want to know about you. So please, Achi, don't you die on me.
Hey, don't worry. Once everyone's made it to safety, we'll clear out of here right away. Hitomi squeezed his hand, then got up and silently hurried away. Susumu! You and SOS! Start getting people out of the area!
Autumn.
Oh, yeah, alright.
Bros. Then, for an instant, Aichi's eyes met Kano's. Aichi gave a tiny nod and looked down at the timer. 1:19, 1:18. Get back, everybody get back. There's a bomb. He held that attaché case tight against himself as he continued shouting. He ran his voice raw, trying to warn the crowd away.
Everyone get out of here. Just run!
Following his lead, Kano started dragging nearby civilians to safety.
There's a bomb! Everybody run!
Get away as fast as you can!
Please! You all have to get out of here.
But the crowd didn't heed their warnings. At last, apparently deciding the time was up, Kano turned back to Aichi.
Hachi, that's enough! Leave the bomb and let's go!
He could hear Susumu and Hitomi shouting as well.
Hachi, come on!
You can't do it! Man, this version's worse with all of the cuts to the timer.
Yeah.
The way Palmer talked about the bomb, it sounded pretty dangerous. It might be powerful enough to blow up the entire intersection.
Oh my god.
And there were still so many people nearby. There was no chance they'd be able to get to safety in the dozen seconds that remained. Aichi needed Mighty to minimize the force of the blast as much as possible. He cradled the bomb more tightly to his chest, huddling over it.
What are you doing? Come with us, hurry!
There isn't a keep out. This is really funny. I don't know how powerful this bomb is, but please, God, let my body be enough to protect the people of Shibuya and to protect Hitomi. Aichi squeezed his eyes tightly shut. I'm sorry, Suzune. Looks like I won't be able to keep visiting you in the hospital anymore. You'll forgive me, though. Right? I stuck to it through in the end, just like you told me. I didn't call it quits partway through. And so, whatever you do, you can't let that disease beat you. Don't you dare let it beat you. Aichi drew a deep breath as he finished his solitary little prayer. couldn't have more than a few seconds left to go. A firm hand grabbed hold of Aichi's shoulder.
Let go of the case, now!
It was Kano.
What the?
What the hell are you doing, man? Why'd you even come back here?
Just come with me. We have to get out of here.
Kano's grip didn't let up in the slightest. Look, you need to run! Aichi shouted. I can't move! He clenched his jaw in frustration. It was all too crazy for him to think straight. They shouldn't even be having this argument. The bar could explode at any moment.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me! Okay, you can't move on your own. So I'm gonna help you move. And unless you want to kill me too, you better cooperate.
They didn't have much time left. Damn it! Don't be a fool, man! Aichi couldn't help but curse. Curse with the horrible word of damn it. Damn. A sharp pain shot through his limp right leg as he lurched to his feet. Kano shouted in his ear.
Come on, run!
Aichi didn't have the luxury of thinking anymore. He just had to move his feet. Hitomi cried out from across the scramble.
Aichi! Oh,
2,
FMV!
1.
FMV bomb!
FMV bomb! We love FMV bombs! As the explosion tore through him, he was glad that her voice was the last thing in this world he'd ever hear.
Is this real?
No, this is a bad end. And that was Aichi's final thought. Damn. The bomb explodes.
The bomb explodes!
Ah, just in time. Hi!
You
welcome
missed the
to
bomb explodes.
Full motion video. The show.
Anyway, I think it's Aichi needs to think for a little bit longer. No, Kano does.
The
Yeah.
show where the bomb explodes.
Yeah, there's a choice
You
here.
need to have
that's-
something that's not just all go and talk to Aichi.
You can just rush in without a plan. A detective needed both a cool mind and a fiery spirit. And the more heated the situation was, the more he needed to stay cool. He could feel the muscles in his legs begin to stiffen. He did his best to slow his racing heartbeat as his mind sought desperately for a way out of the situation. His eyes remained fixed on Achi, holding that bomb in his arms. Knowing that it could explode at any moment made it almost impossible to think. The harder he tried to calm himself, the more his panic grew. He cursed himself for not leaping into action immediately. He should have acted before thinking. That was the only thing he was good at. And still he stood frozen, staring at Achi. Then he felt the hairs rise up on the back of his neck. White smoke was pouring from a...
Let's
Pushing
go!
Oh my god.
The Wandering Angels!
The Wandering Angels! The Tri-Ice Machine!
The vehicle teetered to a stop along the shoulder of the road.
If only we had some ice cream to freeze this bomb with!
Still, the smoke spilled out, roiling from a partly open window. Kano could feel a strange chill in the air. Is that?
Instinctively, he rushed toward it. Yep. It's so much dry ice! It's so much dry ice! Dry ice maker!
Dry Ice Maker!
Peering through the minivan's windows, he saw a clunky box-shaped device in the back. It was rumbling fiercely, spitting out an unending mound of white clumps.
Ow!
A dry ice
Incredible.
machine. Hey! Open up! By freezing a bomb that used an electronics activation trigger, it was possible to kill the battery cell and deactivate the detonator. The explosive ordnance unit used liquid nitrogen, but maybe dry ice could work as well. Nitrogen that has
Nitrogen
been
that has been
You can
cooled
do
to a liquid state with a temperature below negative 195 degrees, 0.8 degrees Celsius. It can be poured onto explosives to solve the function of components, such as the battery cell for the detonator. However, in situations where the surrounding area can be safe secured, it is preferable to destroy the explosive via detonation rather than simply arrest its function.
Whoa, thanks Game Quarter for
Whoa!
the 10 gift subs. Yippee! The Wandering
This
Angels
is
gift
all
subs.
for the Wandering Angels. Thank you.
Carbon
Dry
dioxide
ice.
in solid state.
Carbon
Does it
dioxide in
evaporate?
solid
Okay.
state. Sorry. Because it evaporates at negative 79 degrees Celsius in standard atmospheric pressure, it must be kept refrigerated or rapidly dissipates in a mist. Thus, its uses in smoke fog machines. The odds of dry ice being able to stop the detonator bomb are quite low. Battery cells do not lose electromagnetic force in the sub-zero environment. Do lose electromagnetic force in the sub-zero environment, but there's no guarantee that it actually works. Don't do this. This is the only shot they've got. Don't think about this.
There were
Sorry.
3 men inside the vehicle. Kano shouted at the one in the driver's seat. I need to borrow that machine.
Huh?
The man replied in a lethargic drawl.
No way, man. We haven't even paid this thing off yet.
There's no time to explain or negotiate. Kano was just going to take it by force. Yes!
Yes! Yes, he's
My favorite! Hold it right there! Another man appeared suddenly in front of the vehicle. The pushy fellow Connor had run into at the scene of the explosion. You guys are with that Wandering Angels theater troupe, yeah?
Episode 6, the finale. The minivan carrying Tozuka, Bondo, and Amo veered wildly through the sheets of Shibuya, leaving a trail of white smoke in its wake. The trio, now definitely impaired by oxygen deprivation, came close to causing several accidents. Teetering on the brink of consciousness, they were still trying to reach Endo Electronics when they ran into Kano and his companions instead. After Kano takes the machine off their hands, the three will happily head back to the theater, clean up, crack open some beers, and look after back after over one long crazy day.
These guys have been driving around with the ship for hours.
Yeah, the Wandering Angels has, like... The Wandering Angels bit has been going since, like, the beginning of Minorikawa's plotline. Like, there was, like, 4 or 5 episodes in Minorikawa's.
So good.
And so this is, like, hours later finishes. He pointed at the dry ice machine. That thing's defective! The guy from the electronics store said he'd refund your deposit!
For real?
Yeah, he told me to tell you that the machine has been recalled! We'll bring it back for you, so hurry up and open the door!
Oh, yeah, okay.
Nuke.
The newcomer helped 3 men unload the dry ice machine from the minivan, and he turned to Kano.
This is a really long 2 minutes right now, also.
It's fine. Here,
He's gone.
hurry up and take it!
Thanks,
Right,
Minorikawa. Thanks, Punish Minorikawa. Yes!
I was so glad when Minorikawa showed back up. Kano wasn't sure what was going on, but he took the machine and ran, pushing it ahead of him across the pavement. Hachi! The detective blew right past her, trailing a billowing plume of white smoke in his wake. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Kano let loose a wild yell. Arrgh! He ran as fast as his legs and taken toward Hachi and the bomb.
I'm just looking at the.
To be continued. What do you mean to be continued?
You have to jump to Achi there?
Continued? No, it's to be continued. The
That's normally what it means when there's a thing at the next hour.
There's an ending.
Oh, okay.
That's like shared. Anyway, no. Oh, yeah, because then we'll get the end, and then we finish off Jack Stanley.
Wait, don't you have to jump from the other place?
No, I just need to go forward in Achi. I mean, I could jump,
Yeah.
but there's not a keep out.
Yeah, there wasn't a
yeah.
keep out.
This
Okay.
is really like I did cry the
You'll
first
forgive
time,
me though,
Achi,
right?
but it's a really long sequence that takes really long to go through.
Yeah, it takes a bit.
That
But
was
it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
He's gonna die after this.
I don't know about that. He might be a little oxygen deprived, but
That's okay. You don't need all that oxygen, just a little bit.
Achi! He was glad that her voice was the last thing in this world he'd ever hear. Or so he thought.
Or so he thought.
Hano theme! That's not the trailer theme.
It's
Achi,
true thing.
bring the bomb over here!
Huh? That wasn't Atomi's voice. Achi opened his eyes and saw Kano racing towards him, pushing some big weird piece of machinery. The device flipped. The detective flipped over the machine's cover to reveal a huge mound of dry ice.
Stick it in here! Flash freezing the timer ought to stop it!
Aichi did as he was told, shoving the attaché case into the dry ice. Kano helped him pile more dry ice on top of it.
Y'all burning your hands if you're doing that.
Yes,
Let's hope that's enough.
Couldn't be
it's
me.
better than dying.
Nah.
He looked like a man desperate for a miracle. They could see the timer display through the gap in the frozen hydrogen, still counting down.
Oh my god, if it be dry ice!
4, 3,
Oh my god.
2. Was this not going to work? Aichi and Kano held their breaths.
come on, guys, can't you hear the triumphant music?
It's dramatic music.
It's not bad in music, though.
Yeah.
To be continued.
Be continued?
Fuck, yes, we
Alright,
the
now,
fact- I'm-
one left. One left.
The fact that we are, like, actually struggling to do it really sells the struggle of the situation. 'Cause there's,
One
it's like-
Yeah.
they-
Come to Stanley at the call.
Just before we finish this, I wanted to mention, like, it's really impressive how they nail the feeling of, like, struggle and strife. Because, like, obviously that's how games work, right? You sell the narrative with the mechanics. And that's, like, it's a really interesting fusion of narrative and mechanics for a visual novel. Because it's, like, it's really selling the tense situation by having so many factors that need to go right. And just, like, having a lot of different ways that you can fuck up. And, like, a lot of like, so many jump points that you have to do. And it's very good. It's very good. A lot of plates spinning at once, yeah. And it really nails that feeling in, like, gameplay. Anyone who says visual novels aren't games, that depends, I guess.
All right, let's see how it goes for our guy Stanley. Ring. Please don't let me be too late.
Murdered himself is waiting for the call to connect. Achi was quick to pick up. Understanding what's going on. We've been through this
Yeah.
on like
Take
3
off
sides.
for bottom of the Pablo. Case closed. No, not yet. I need you to do exactly as I tell you. There was a pause. Why? What was going on? Save it, Tommy. Shut up and listen.
Okay, let's go from here.
Gotta. First, you need to power down Hitomi's cell phone. Turn off her cell phone? What for? I'm pretty sure that there's a bomb somewhere near your location. Stanley tried to keep his voice as calm and steady as possible,
I'll do the
which is
narrative.
really hard with his voice. A bomb?
Achi's voice squeaked into falsetto.
A bomb? A bomb?
That's pretty good, Saul.
The guy that Kenna apprehended is a decoy. The real Alphard is planning to eliminate Hitomi and the false Alphard at the same time.
This is the first, and if the game code remembers correctly, only visual novel to get 40 out of 40 from Famitsu. Oh, wow. Stanley didn't have the time to explain that Kanan was Alphard. Besides, it only confused the matter all the more at this point.
Listen, first, turn off that cell phone. Then, go and look for the bomb.
He's going.
Hopefully the team at the Scramble would be able to pull through. Now, Stanley needed to focus on capturing Alphard. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. His emotions were coming on far too strongly for him to keep them in check. In the back of his mind, Stanley thought about the last he'd ever seen of Frank. There had been nothing left of his brother but a bloodied hand reaching out from beneath the rubble.
Jeez.
Troka says, Sol, you're doing a good job as Troka as Jack Stanley.
Thank you, Troka.
Ever since that day, since that very moment, Jack Stanley had sworn vengeance upon Alphard. He would never forget the rage he felt at having what was left of his family taken from him. Hey Jack, once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together.
Sure. You got it.
Stanley sprang into action, leading away the throng of panicking civilians. But all the while, he couldn't help but worry about Frank. We've got almost 30 minutes left. He'll be fine. Frank will definitely be here in time. He did his utmost to reassure himself, but still the doubts gnawed. When the Bob Squad descended upon the area, clad in their protective gear, Stanley shot a look at his watch.
Explosive Ordnance Disposal EOD suits, also commonly known as bomb suits or blast suits, worn during bomb disposal operations to protect the wearer from the shock of a blast or from any hurled fragments of explosion may produce. Such a suit is, however, wholly inadequate to protect a wearer from a large, powerful explosive, such as several hundred grams of C4 detonated close range.
We felt a surge of relief. Only about 15 minutes had passed. There was still plenty of time for them to deactivate the bomb with their liquid nitrogen. Thank God, Frank's going to be alright. But he got no chance to relish that thought.
There were 2 timers!
It was a double ploy.
There was the fake timer that seemed like there was more time. And then there was a fake timer that was the real timer that they didn't see. That's what I think it was.
There was an ear-splitting boom as a powerful shockwave shook the area. Stanley whirled back around, staring in horror at the place that his brother had been. Nothing remained but a mound of rubber. There was some other trigger. A later investigation revealed that the timer on the bomb's exterior had been a mere ruse. The explosive had never linked to a timer at all. Instead, it had been detonated via remote control.
Oh, right, they said remote control, yeah.
When electrical detonators capable of triggering an explosion with electrical current were invented, they quickly rendered old-style fuses obsolete. In the modern day, many terrorists use small electronics such as cellular phones and keyless entry remotes for cars as explosive triggers. Alphard had deceived them, using a visible timer to lure them into a false sense of security. Stanley had managed to save many lives that day, to be sure, but it had come at the cost of his own brother's life. Had he really made the best decisions he could have made? He was still asking himself the same question, over and over, even now. No matter how much he blamed himself. Yeah, if only you had me. No matter how much he blamed himself, he wouldn't bring Frank back. If there was one thing he could still do for his brother, it was getting revenge on Alphard with his own hands. Stanley had been in constant pursuit of Alphard ever since. He would stoop to any level for information without remorse. His opponent was someone who would do anything at all to achieve a goal. It only made sense for him to do the same. At some point, he'd stopped even hesitating to get his own hands dirty. He would charge headlong into any danger if he sensed Alphard's presence. Even his own life was the price he was willing to pay in the name of vengeance. He could never hope to latch his jaws onto his quarry's throat. He behaved like prey himself. He must be the greater predator. He would cast aside his humanity, would become a blood-stained beast if that improved his chances at the hunt.
Okay.
For the hunt was all that mattered. Pursuit of Alphard. had become his only purpose. So it had been for the past 2 years. Now those years flashed through Stanley's mind in the blink of an eye. As he came back into the moment, he marveled at his own ferocity, at the depth of the wound he'd suffered.
I think there's the correct answer here, and it's the one that's different.
If I do get my revenge, what would Frank think? When Stanley pictured his younger brother, it wasn't with a smile on his face. The realization gave him pause. In the end, killing Alphard wouldn't bring his brother back. That went without saying. But although he could see, now, that revenge was an absurd goal, his heart still churned deep and dark with resentment.
Okoshi Pharmaceutical!
Finally, the Okoshi Pharmaceutical Laboratory came into view. There were 2 people standing outside the front gate.
Oh, fuck.
Run
It was
into her with
Tadano,
your car.
and the girl was pretending to be Kanan. Each had a gun drawn on the other. Somehow, Stanley had made it in time. He pulled his car up alongside and reached down into the gun sleeve concealed beside his seat. He pulled out a .44 caliber Desert Eagle, one of the most powerful
He's got a
semi-automatic handguns in the world.
Fucking Desert Eagle in Japan?
A semi-automatic handgun designed by Minnesota-based Magnum Research Inc. and manufactured by Israeli weapon industry. There are various models of chambered for different rounds. The largest, the 50 Action Express, is exceptionally powerful even by semi-automatic handgun standards.
The American, everybody.
Scott,
this gun is so overkill for anything he would use it for.
Why does he have a
apprehend
Desert
Alphard.
Eagle?
A smaller Glock in his shoulder holster might be better suited to that end. Even so, he opted for the Desert Eagle.
Why?
The American, everybody, Shoka says. Getting out of
He
the car,
has 2 guns.
he started pacing toward the young woman. This is Tadano, I imagine?
I think it's... Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Stanley.
Stanley gave a silent nod in reply. He could see the hint of a smile on the girl's face. Probably a smile of overconfidence. Well, her brazenness would get her no further.
I got in touch with the others. Told them to turn off Hitomi Osawa's cell phone.
He could see her eyes react.
I imagine that, by now, they've also managed to deal with the bomb you planted on your decoy.
The young woman remained silent.
And of course, they've managed to bypass the lock inside the lab. You know what this means? Your little plan has failed completely.
Stanley could see the girl's stare sharpen. He chased Alphard all around the world, only to arrive here, at last, in this little island nation. It had been a long, long journey, and he'd spent a long time suffering. Now, both the journey and the suffering would be over. Yes! Yes!
Yes!
The fucking wind.
We meet at last, Alphard.
And
Yeah.
before we do the
Now.
full ending of the game, I really need to pee.
Okay,
Yeah,
go do
I'll
that.
take a lap.
We'll take a
Yeah.
little. Everyone, just take a little drink break before we finish Shibuya Scramble. Well, there might be a trailer actually, because I think that was the last story. Okay, no.
No,
Okay, no.
look at it! Look, everything's
Ah.
converging!
Beautiful. You love
Even
to see it.
Maria!
Okay, well, let's go. I'm gonna go pee, and then
Yeah.
we'll beat the game.
Fuck. So I guess Kanan's just not in this game?
Whew.
No, right? Oof, indeed.
Hi.
You know,
Kanan's friend.
this is going to be the
Well-
longest playthrough we've ever had on Full Motion Video.
Well, yeah. It's the way it is.
What a playthrough
Huh.
it is. Do we know what
Ooh.
428 is? No?
Sort of.
Hi.
Hi.
Are you ready?
428, the most
I
crucial
think
time
it's
of
just
day in the
like-
plot.
The intersection, I think? I don't know.
I have no idea why it's called 428 Shibuya Scramble.
Oh, if it's like an address, that would make sense.
Anyway, Kanan's friend.
Well, 428 does have a mysterious Caucasian.
Let's go to.
Oh,
Kanan's friend.
Kanan's friend.
She felt a hand firmly clutching her own as she hastily returned to consciousness. Oh my
Oh
god, is
boy.
it fucking Maria again?
Well, who's Kanan's friend?
I guess so.
Are we gonna meet the real Kanan?
This hand. Whose is it? My father's?
Maria's eyelids slowly drifted up. Maria.
Maria.
Thank you. You're all right now. Her father was indeed beside her, holding her hand. A surprising warmth radiated from his slender, bony palm.
Dad?
She was lying on a sofa. She craned her neck to look around, still trying to process what was going on. There were several monitors set up around the room.
Where are we?
At my laboratory. You were infected with a virus, but I've given you the antiviral. You don't have anything to worry. He squeezed Maria's hand even more tightly.
That hurts.
Ah, right. Sorry. So I eased up the pressure on his daughter's hand. He didn't let go entirely.
This feels so strange. I wonder why.
What does?
Having you hold my hand.
I used to hold your hand like this when we'd go on walks together, when you were little. I doubt you remember that, though. Maria considered. It was true. She didn't have any clear memory of her father holding her hand like this. And yet the touch of her father's palm felt distantly familiar. Gently, she squeezed back.
It's been a while, hasn't it? I mean, me looking you in the eye while I'm talking to you.
That's only because I didn't look you in the eye. Osawa hung his head. I'm so sorry. Please, forgive me. I never meant to hurt you like I did.
Wait, hold on.
Maria was taken aback.
I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean, hurt me?
Back on that rainy day. Her shirt... Just take the jacket off, please. Just show me the shirt. I just need to
Oh,
see your
yeah.
shirt.
Come on. Come on, this would be such a good shot for it, too.
It would
Come
be the
on.
perfect ending. Asama told Maria about the day she'd run away from home. About how he'd known where she had gone, but hadn't gone to find her. About how he'd given in to his anger and struck her once she came back home. When he'd finished, he hung his head once more. I'm so sorry. I've been such a terrible father. Maria cracked an impish smile.
Oh yeah, I guess that did happen.
Well, that just happened. When my father hits me.
Oh, no!
You know, I totally forgot about that. Until you mentioned it just now, I mean.
No, I can't believe that. The way I hurt you, He sounded so disappointed in himself.
Dad, it's not like I can let myself dwell on each and every detail of my childhood.
Oh,
mean-
I can.
In the 19 years or so I've been alive, I've been hurt in lots of different ways.
Yeah. I mean, I
Mostly by you.
kinda... I kind of get it, though. Like, sometimes you have a lot of shit to deal with, and it's like, I mean, oh yeah, that one. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I feel that. Sometimes it's more important to different people.
A child experienced so much more than what her parents knew. That was what growing up was all about. Sorry, I have a grape in my mouth. It was a happy thing. But also a little bit sad. Osawa was visibly grappling with his feelings. I see. I guess you have gone through much pain.
Well, yeah, but there have been more things that were fun and happy.
I see.
It's the sum of all those things that have made me who I am today. So please, don't worry so much about the past.
I see.
Dad, you keep saying I see. Stop it.
Sorry. It's just... This is all so difficult to say. Osawa was trying and failing to hold back his tears. Maria wasn't quite sure what those tears were for, but she felt a prickle of embarrassment. Shyly, she looked away, and her eyes alighted on one of the monitors. The screen showed a view from outside the lab.
Ooh.
Who are those people?
Osawa looked, and his eyes widened in shock. 3 people with guns were facing off with one another. Maria recognized one of them. Tajino, the man with the cane. Why are those 2 pointing guns at your friend? Osawa's voice was shaking.
My friend? What do you mean?
One you met when we went to the Middle East. You know, Kanan? Osawa searched the monitor to show a different camera angle. Close-up of the young woman's face appeared on screen. Maria was at a loss for words. That certainly wasn't Kanan.
Yep.
It was the girl who'd come to tell Maria that Hitomi was going to be kidnapped. Kanan's friend. I see.
Oh.
Alfred told Maria about the plan in the first place.
As Kanan's friend.
It had happened
It
three
happened
earlier.
3 days earlier. While Maria was on her way home from campus, a girl approached her, telling her she was a friend of Kanan.
This is Echo.
Kanan asked me to pass along a message.
She said. Then she showed Maria a video recording. The video quality was quite poor, and the voice indistinct.
There's a terrorist who's after the antiviral agent your father is developing.
Maria listened in shock as the message continued. The terrorist plan was already in motion, and Hitomi had been infected with a killer virus.
Your father used the antiviral to save Hitomi, but the terrorists planned on that. I'll spare you the details. There's a way to extract the antiviral from Hitomi's blood. Stealing the drug from the laboratory directly is too problematic. The terrorist intends to get it directly from your sister. Hitomi is certain to be kidnapped sometime in the next few days. Also, doesn't the real Kanan have a huge grudge against Alphard? So, like...
Yeah.
So I have something to ask you. I'd like you to get kidnapped in her place. Since you're twins, it should be possible for you to trade places without the kidnappers realizing it. I gave the girl who's passing along this message a necklace outfitted with a small GPS beacon. Make sure you wear the necklace. Switch it on, and it'll allow me to keep tabs on your location. I promise I'll come and rescue you. Please, help me. This is the only way we can keep the antiviral and Hitomi safe. Hey, she did say please help me. Like, I know she is asking for help, but also... Video ended, and the girl handed Maria a necklace with an ornate pendant, showed her the hidden switch on the back.
Kanan's coming to Japan?
She's already here. She's ready to risk her life for this mission.
Risk her life?
Maria started uneasily.
So, this terrorist who's after the antiviral drug, is it Alfred?
The girl looked shocked.
You know about Alphard?
Kanan told me that taking down Alfred is her purpose in life. But
What?
Alfred has ties to the CIA, so it's hard for Kanan to get any good leads.
That's true. Which reminds me, you should have this.
The girl held out a photograph.
This man is dangerous. Stay away from him. He's an ally of Alphard.
Maria did her best to burn the man's image into her mind.
All right. I've passed along everything Kanan wanted me to tell you. What you do next is up to you.
She does kind of look like she's doing the Nickelback pose.
Yeah, she is, huh?
Yeah.
Maria?
So, wait! What the heck has been going on while I've been asleep?
I saw her recoil from the ferocity on his daughter's face. That Kanan girl thought of a way to save you. You want to explain the plan to get the antiviral out of the lockdown laboratory. Once again, Maria stared at the monitor. As she eyed Kanan's friend, another memory from before she'd blacked out drifted to the surface.
Well, that's conclusive.
Yeah.
Suddenly it dawned on Maria what this girl was planning.
She pretended to be Kanan in order to get into the lab.
She said, scowling at the image on the monitor. Sawa looked at the screen and then at his daughter's face. Well, then who in the world is she? Maria already had the answer. There's no doubt about it. That girl was Alphard. What kind of name is Alphard?
Who knows?
The name you give yourself when you're trying not to be found by the authorities.
I guess so, yeah.
Alphard, designated Alpha Hydrae, is the brightest star in the constellation of Hydra.
Huh.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. That's pretty
Okay.
good, I think. The traditional name Alphard is from the Arabic, the individual.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Also, it's just
That's
an
even
Arabic
cooler.
Yeah, it's just an
Yeah.
name. Yeah, that makes sense. Instantly she
The
realizes
individual is
she
kind
knew
of
they were in
a
danger.
sick secret name.
Yeah, the
Okay.
individual as the definition for your name when you're being secret.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also when you've got a fake of you and you're being a fake of somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Alphard managed to infiltrate the lab, there was no way she'd be satisfied with simply getting her hands on the antiviral. She sowed ruin everywhere she went. Is something wrong? Maria, what is it? Maria's mind was racing. She spoke her thoughts out loud.
She's going to kill you so the drug can't be recreated. No, that's not thorough enough. She's going to destroy this whole facility.
But how?
But how?
Vague possibilities tumbled through her mind, but she couldn't be sure what the terrorists might be planning. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Don't worry. I don't know who that girl is, but right now she's outside the lab. There's no way she can kill me, or plant a bomb in here or anything. Hey, do you still have that necklace on you, Maria?
Hey, Maria, do you still have that necklace? Yeah, I know.
Maria gave a tiny nod, but something gnawed at the back of her mind.
Yup.
Yup. Make sure you wear that necklace.
Hurriedly, Maria took hold of the pendant that hung around her neck. As soon as she did, she felt a chill run up her spine. FMV Maria. For a brief moment. Why does it... It's so weird when they decide to use the FMV. She went back over the details of Alphard's plan as her father had explained it. And then, finally, she understood.
I've got it!
Osawa straightened up. You've got what?
I need to get out there where those three are!
Don't be absurd.
I have to go!
Osawa peered closely at his daughter's face. Words weren't going to stop her, and, as he realized that, his own face stiffened with determination. All right. But I'm going with you. I can't let you rush into danger all by yourself.
Thank you, Dad.
Maria tried to get up from the sofa, but she was struck by a wave of vertigo, and her knees buckled. Are you alright? Osawa caught her by the arm. It was probably a side effect of the antiviral. You shouldn't push yourself too much. Maria looked up at her father's anxious face and shook her head.
Don't worry. I'll be okay.
Her body was weak with lethargy. Her mind trapped in disorienting haze. Every step was a monumental effort, but she clenched her jaw and forced herself onward, making her way down the laboratory hallway. A whirlwind of anger and sadness spurred her onward. Alphard was masquerading as Kanan. The cruel truth was all too clear. The terrorist would never have been able to get away with this, with the deception, if Kanan were still alive. Which means that Kanan must be...
No.
Maria fought to hold back her tears. It was too early to cry just yet. That could wait until after she'd put a stop to Alphard's plan. Using her rage to suppress her sorrow, she shoved open the door in front of her.
That isn't Kanan!
Maria's voice exploded into the silence of the standoff.
I doubt we're getting better testimony than that.
His gun still at the ready.
There's no talking your way out of things this time.
The expression on Alphard's face didn't change. She stood still, a mannequin without a soul.
What did you do to Kanan?
Watching unsteadily toward the terrorist. Maria, stay back!
T-head.
You T-head. She's fucking... Why did they put her in that shirt?
T-head.
She ignored him. How'd you know?
Hey, don't get any closer.
He looked exhausted, on the verge of collapse.
Answer me! What happened to Kanan?
But still, Alphard said nothing. Stanley, too, began edging toward her.
It doesn't matter what you ask. She won't tell you anything.
Bit by bit, he inched closer. He was going to try to take her down.
Let me turn your question around. What do you think?
Maria paused, confused.
What do I think about what?
What do you think happened to Kanan?
Corners of her lips twisted up, shaping a mirthless smile.
You killed her, didn't you?
Maria's words came out as a whisper.
What was that? I couldn't quite hear you.
You killed Kanan, didn't you?
This time Maria cried out with biting fury. Alphard snickered.
He's provoking me.
Maria thought, forcing herself to swallow her rage. She couldn't let herself get caught up in Alphard's game, or her anger would spill out of control.
Why are you laughing?
By force of will, Maria made her voice firm and steady.
Because I'm guessing you weren't expecting me to show up here.
Alphard raised an eyebrow ever so slightly.
This thing here, it's a bomb, isn't it?
Maria held out the necklace.
What?
What?
Of course. Even if we manage to catch you here, we'll still be able to destroy the lab.
Still, the smile remained on Alphard's face. He seemed to enjoy watching the others figure out her intentions.
But you can't trigger the bomb with me staying this close to you, can you? Now this is I'm part of the standoff too.
Maria locked eyes with Alphard.
Unless you're prepared to sacrifice yourself.
She stood like an image of bravery, while on the inside her apprehension threatened to tear her apart. She could feel her heart thudding so furiously that she thought it might explode. Cold sweat trickled down her spine. Only her rage at Kanan's murder kept her from backing down.
Go ahead and blow yourself up if that's what you want. But you'll die with nothing. Your death will mean nothing. But not mine. My death will avenge Kanan's. Jesus Christ, Maria.
Hey,
He's going hard as hell.
Other people gonna die too, though.
He
Yeah, but it's for
doesn't
Kanan,
care
so
about
it's
that
okay.
right now.
Silence fell outside the laboratory gates. Stanley and Tadano stood frozen, their guns still trained on Alphard. Both men were ready to pull the trigger at the slightest provocation. Just how long had they been there, staring one another down? The passage of time seemed to slow, seconds drawn into hours.
Yeah, that's just like we're playing this game.
Osawa swallowed audibly. Finally, Alphard tossed her gun onto the pavement and held up both hands in surrender. You solved my riddle. Stanley wasted no time, springing forward to secure her. He gave her a thorough pat-down from behind. He removed a small device that looked like a detonator from one of her pockets.
On your knees!
Alphard did as he was told.
Good. Now, hands behind your head. Try anything funny, and I will shoot.
Without a word, Alphard placed her hands on the back of her head, fingers laced together.
What are you playing at? Finally realized you can only push your luck so far?
She responded with a faint snicker.
It's not my policy to resist when things are hopeless.
Her tone was detached, her intentions unreadable.
Good. That'll make this easy.
Stanley kept the barrel of his gun pointed at Alphard's head.
This is for my brother.
Don't do it, Stanley.
The
Don't
words
do
hung in
it.
his throat, unspoken. A surge of emotion coursed through him. Just a tiny bit more pressure from his index finger. He could put a bullet right through Alphard's head. His long journey would finally reach its conclusion. But although he had wished for this moment more than anything, his finger did not move. If he pulled the trigger now, would that truly be the end? His mind reeled at the implications.
If he was real CIA, he would have pulled it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have.
Yeah.
Tyno watched Stanley closely, eventually letting out a tiny sigh of relief. They were in this together, after all. Now they just needed to be careful not to let down their guard. He kept one eye on Alphard as he went to pick up the gun she discarded. But he was too late. What?
No.
The gun was gone.
Yep. This is for
Don't do
Kanan.
it. Don't do it, Maria. No.
Maria had lunged forward, snatching up the gun. Maria, no! What are you thinking? She ignored her father, taking aim at Alphard's forehead.
Don't do it.
Kanan's dead, and you're gonna pay.
The smoldering rage she'd fought to hold back blazed up with renewed fury.
Maria,
Maria.
put the gun down.
He had nothing but words to stop her. There was no telling what Alphard might do if he took his gun off her. What will this accomplish?
Oh, that's...
What?
Typo. It's just what will this accomplish?
Yeah.
What?
This
What?
is
What?
Jack
What?
Stanley.
What will this accomplish?
He asked, keeping his tone as level as possible. Maria's face remained awash with anger. Maria! Please don't
Maria.
do this! Vladimir took a step forward.
On him.
Oh.
Go on, hand me the gun.
Stay back.
Maria's arm trembled as she aimed the gun. Everyone stood frozen, not even daring to breathe. The slightest wrong move might bring disaster. Silence roared.
I don't care. If you want to shoot, then shoot. You do want to avenge Kanan, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Maria tightened her grip on the gun. Memories of her friend drifted through her mind. To Maria, born into peace, meeting Kanan had been like touching a world beyond her own, a far more complicated world. Kanan had blood on her hands from the time she was a little girl. A walking contradiction of cruelty and childishness. And yet, she had lived her life according to her own unshakable beliefs. Meeting her had made Maria think hard about her own identity. What did it mean to be Japanese? No, that wasn't the question. What did it mean to be Maria Osawa? That was the crux of it all. They had been able to find common ground, despite differing ideals, because both possessed an unshakable sense of self. The tense equilibrium came crashing down as Maria let out a shout.
This is for Kanan.
She pulled the trigger, but her shot went wide, shattering the window of a nearby car. Sudden gunshot
Yeah, that's
caught
what
Stanley off
happens.
guard. Alphard didn't miss her opening. She rolled swiftly across the pavement, drawing the small pistol she'd hidden in an ankle holster.
Another one.
Maria hastily tried to aim for a second shot. Which gun went off first?
No!
Osawa!
No.
No!
Dad!
No! No!
Osawa collapsed at Maria's feet.
You can't,
Dad.
you can't do this now.
Her father went limp. Stanley dived at Alphard. He grabbed hold of her right wrist, the one clutching the gun, and slammed her head hard down against the pavement.
Yeah, that's real CIA.
Yeah, she made no attempt
Yeah.
to resist. In a moment, he had subdued her. Maria. You're
Maria.
not hurt, are you? Sarah croaked feebly as his daughter gathered him up in her arms.
I'm fine. But Dad, you're...
Blood was gushing through Osawa's shirt. Maria pressed her hand against the wound, but the bleeding wouldn't stop.
That's Tana.
Hold on.
Look, just hurry. Get here as fast as you can.
Tana was on a cell phone, calling for an ambulance.
On him.
Oh, I know there's a traffic jam. Just figure something out. Please.
His voice was ragged with desperation.
Dad, hang in there.
Large tears streamed from Maria's eyes. So this is what it's like. Sawa lay with his head in his daughter's lap, struggling to rasp out his words. My body just reacted before I had any time to think.
No.
I finally understand what a virus must feel like. His eyes were all I never told you when Hitomi, did I? About what started my fascination with virus research.
Dad, try not to talk right now.
Maria squeezed her father's hand. Almost imperceptibly, he squeezed it back. Probably isn't a very interesting story, but I'd like for you both to hear it anyway.
I know. And we will. After this, I promise we will.
Maria's words brought a contented smile to Osawa's face. I'm glad. So glad.
It's alright. Just don't talk right now.
This time, at least, I was there for you. Osawa slowly shut his eyes and went to gay heaven with Kajiwara.
Yeah, I guess Kajiwara also died, right?
Kajiwara probably died. Not necessarily,
No,
but
no.
might have died.
Kajiwara's alive.
Dad.
But her father didn't answer.
Dad. Dad, don't die. You can't die.
The sound of ambulance sirens wailed in the distance. Maria clutched her father's hand, trying to make her grip firm and reassuring, just as his had been for her back inside the laboratory.
Please. Don't die.
She repeated the words inwardly, over and over and over and over. It was only 3 overs.
As many overs as we need.
Black car, foreign make, arrived at the laboratory and pulled up to the curb. Stanley's superior, Gordon, emerged from the back. A few of his men followed and promptly placed Alfred in handcuffs. I don't know if I can do a Gordon Cole voice. I'm gonna try.
I believe in you.
I haven't watched Twin Peaks in a very long time, so... Well done!
Pretty good.
I'll be taking Alfred back to headquarters. You can finish up here.
Understood, sir.
Gordon shoved Alfred into the back seat, slid in alongside her, and the car drove off.
Who was that just now?
My boss. Sorry, but we'll be taking Alfard into custody.
Game Coder says, I'd say go louder, but that'd probably stop the microphone. I could have, yeah, I probably should have gone louder, but I just don't, my voice is very strained.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tadino?
You will, huh?
The ambulance arrived at last, and Asawa was loaded inside. Maria remained at his side, still weeping, still softly calling out to him. He could sense her there, but her voice sounded awfully far away. Is this the end, then? He was vaguely aware that he was dying, but he was not afraid. At the far end of a hazy tunnel, he could still see Maria.
No!
My, she had grown. She had grown so very much. If he were an organism that multiplied by dividing itself, he would die knowing that he had left his best cells behind.
Oh my god, Osala, you're ruining your own death. Come on, dude.
He had only one wish now. That Maria and Hitomi would go on to lead happy lives. His vision was growing steadily more dim. Tiny motes of light flickered and wavered faintly before his eyes. It looked a lot like the very first time he had ever peered through a microscope. And that was enough for him.
I wonder what Achi's up to.
Unexpectedly, Maria's cell phone rang in Stanley's pocket. He meant to give it back to her, but the ambulance had already departed. The phone continued to ring for some time, but eventually fell into a death-like silence.
No!
I wonder what that's about.
Not a death-like silence.
Did we do it? Did we do it?
Game is not ending on that note.
0002.
Oh, that's the
Midnight.
timer.
Oh, that's the timer.
Hachi held his breath. He could no longer feel the seconds ticking by. The numbers on the display were changing more and more slowly, but he watched in fear. It was impossible not to fixate on the countdown. 0002, 0002, 0002. Kano and Hachi continued to stare at the timer. 0002. It had stopped. The timer had actually stopped.
We did it!
Hachi dropped to his knees with a cry of triumph. The rest of the don't drop on your knee, dude. It's bad. Your legs hurt. The rest of the Shibuya scrambled.
What's his ankle?
Cheers. It probably still hurts. You are one reckless guy, you know that? Kano held his hand out. Hachi grinned up at him.
That makes two of us.
These are the first two characters you play as well, and like Hachi
Yeah.
pushes past Kano, so it's like, God, the fucking perfect reunion. The two clasped hands firmly, their handshake conveying more than any words could.
Bros.
Hachi.
Ultimate bros.
Oh no, this is Susumu.
Achi! You did it, man! I knew you could do it.
Two bumped fists.
Oh, it weren't just me. Could never have done it without your guys' help.
I love Kano's face in the picture. He doesn't know what to do.
He's
like a fist bump. What the
I
fuck?
should have done the fist bump. That seems way cooler than a
He's like,
handshake.
Man, I feel like a lame nerd now. I'm in a suit.
And these guys are bros, and I'm just some fucking cop.
Hey, Susumu. Take care of SOS for me.
You got it.
Susumu looked him squarely in the eye. Hachi gave a little nod, and the two solemnly bumped fists again.
Yeah!
Suddenly there was a blinding flash! Hachi spun around to see Chiaki standing there, beaming happily, her digital camera ready for another shot. Hey, everyone! Gather up! Norikawa called out to Hachi and his pals. You guys are the heroes of Shibuya! This is Chiaki.
Photo time, everyone! Get ready!
The young men struck a pose together. Wait, her
Wait,
too.
Her too.
Norikawa.
Oh wait,
Oh,
that was you.
wait,
get
her
by the
too.
ball.
He's right.
Norikawa ushered Hitomi over to stand with Hachi.
Hitomi.
Hachi stared at her shyly. It was all thanks to Hitomi that he'd been able to do what he had done. Keeping Shibuya safe, keeping his promise to Suzune, Hitomi had been his inspiration for it all. There's so many things he wanted to say, but he couldn't get the right words out.
Hitomi, Hitomi, you.
Hitomi's cheeks were damp with tears. Hey now, little lady! No crying now! Come on, show us a smile! He struck a goofy pose beside Chiaki. At last, the smile returned to Hitomi's face. It really is the best.
Huh?
Oh no, that is
Oh.
Hachi.
It really is the best.
Hmm?
Your smile. It's the best. I don't care what anyone else says.
He spoke so earnestly that Hitomi couldn't help but smile even more. Okay, here we go, people. Get your best faces on. At Norikawa's signal, everyone let out a joyous victory cry.
Shibuya!
Yes!
Yeah!
That's such a good photo!
Yes!
Oh, yeah!
Autumn.
Come on, guys. Let's lift Hachi up where everyone can see him.
Members of SOS let out another roar.
Yeah! Huh? No! You don't gotta do that, guys! Hey! Cut it out!
But Hachi had already been swallowed by the enthusiastic throng.
Soya! Soya!
Heave-ho!
Soya! Soya!
Heave-ho! Heave-ho!
You're the man! You're the man!
Oh yeah, Hachi.
God,
There in the
no.
middle of the scramble, Hachi was being hailed as a hero. Kana looked on with a satisfied smile. What they had achieved together was nothing less than a miracle. It had taken a lot of luck, and more than a few coincidences for them to stop the bomb. And a lot of deaths. A lot of it undone deaths. Coincidences? Kana muttered to himself. No, that wasn't right. This was something different altogether. Fate. That's what it was. And not just one person's fate. The destinies of several people had collided, gathering momentum until coincidence became inevitability, and Shibuya was saved. The raucous crowd tossed Hachi high into the air again and again. As a plainclothes detective, Kana would probably never be showered with adulation quite like that. Well, that was alright. A detective's duty was to ensure the safety of the people. He even put his life on the line so that he could be a hero. Just seeing all those smiles, that was good enough for him.
And then Kano fades into the crowd?
Kana only needed the approval of one person, and that was Rumi. Rumi. Hope she managed to get out of Shibuya okay. Suddenly worried, Kana pulled out his cell phone. There were a whole bunch of things he wanted to tell her. He couldn't share the whole story. Police rules wouldn't allow it, but he wanted to let her know as much as he could. The kidnapping case had been resolved safely, for instance. That he learned about the tortured past of the detective he so admired. That his partner was going to pull through. That he'd managed to finally talk to her father. That he'd put his life on the line to save Shibuya from danger.
Old Kano.
Rumi would listen quietly to the very end, and then, Kano thought, he knew just what she'd say. Short and sweet, in that gentle voice of hers. Good job. I don't remember who Rumi was.
It doesn't matter. She was swallowed up by her father.
Yeah,
In terms of
in terms
Steve.
of character scenes, yeah.
Is this
Is this the
credits
end?
music?
Okay, so do you want to know the truth? Mr. Riley.
Yeah.
Jack Woodyard!
His name was actually Jack.
That's great.
I was trying to figure out if I could find a meaning for the 428. And I found that there's more endings.
Yeah.
What?
Okay. So Echo told you. This is the normal ending.
Is that what you were gonna say?
There's a true ending.
Fucking-
And then there's like a bunch of other. Yeah.
There are.
How the fuck do you get the
This
other
is-
endings?
This is
Um,
4 bonus scenarios, each with their own.
Yeah, I don't think the true ending's like a lot easier. Is like, for one thing, we couldn't have gone it, I think, because it's a choice that I think won't just didn't.
Like,
You have to set some people's dialogue options on certain sets, and then when you do the epilogue, Maria will have a choice,
I see.
and the choice will be to obviously not do the thing that she does that gets her dad killed.
Mm-hmm.
There's.
The fucking taxi driver was so cool.
I need to go.
Goodbye, Autumn. Thank you for
The
Yeah,
signal
I-
on stream. It's good. Thank you for 428 shipping a scramble.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think that we will probably not stream this game again. I might
Yeah.
do the true ending myself in my own time.
Yeah.
And I encourage people who are interested to go and search it up themselves, like look up the end, play the game. For
You should
fucking
play the
starters.
game. You can
It's a
still
good
play it. It's
game.
fun.
Um,
Some of you missed a bunch of it.
yeah. Aside from
Yeah.
that, also, well, you can just watch the videos online. I'll look up how to get those endings and maybe do that in my own personal time, because I'm curious about it. But I really want to do a new thing next week, because I've said that this
Yeah.
is. I'm not doing another third. We were gonna finish it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
finished. We're finished. We don't just so that you know, Riley. There's other scenarios. The important ones are there's a Suzune scenario and a Kanan scenario.
Right. Okay.
I think. I honestly think it is deeply important that there is a scenario unlocked by 100% completing the entire game.
Is there one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my god.
It's
the
it's a
Kanan-
joke ending.
The Kanan scenario is the one that Natsu wrote, I think.
Okay, I go now. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. What's our post-credits scene now? Game Recorder said there's a post-credits.
Let's see. Can I, like, skip the rest of the credits?
Probably.
It doesn't seem like it.
No, then. Looking
Okay.
at the game facts that I've been like trying to decipher in order to figure things out. The mean clean scenario is kind of funny because it involves like jumping in various places to slowly sleuth out like the mean clean scenario, basically.
I see.
So like it starts at 3:30, where you like go inside of a tip and then you jump to mean clean.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can play as Mean Clean?
Yeah, Mean Clean is the joke ending.
God.
That you have to do the other 2 scenarios in order to gain access to.
Well, the Mean Clean is one of the joke endings.
Oh yeah, then there's another joke ending.
There's a conspiracy scenario. That's what it's called. Here.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the 100% one.
Yeah.
You have to do a pub quiz.
During development, they took 120,000 live-action still pictures.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know if the way it's phrased, it doesn't seem like they used all of them, but that's still so many.
Hey, this is how you know these guys are real, right? Right, you ready? According to Koichi Nakamura, he mentions that the logistical challenge is on putting up visual novel scenes set in Shibuya, since the police did not allow them to do so. This forced the crew to improvise by having some of the staff block officers in arresting them for illegally shooting scenes in the ward.
That's so sick.
Oh my god.
That's the real shit. That's the real shit.
So good.
So Riley, do you know what's next? Ooh, woo, woo. Here we go.
Gordon and
Gordon and
Alphard
Alphard.
sat in the back seat as the car sped along the highway. Here. Here. I can't do that voice. Gordon tossed the handcuff key onto the seat behind side.
What happened down at the scramble?
He said, picking up the key and unlocking cuffs. Ties to the CIA. Oh my fucking god.
Ties to the CIA.
Yeah.
Leland Palmer
Leland
was
Palmer.
arrested by the Japanese police. And the bomb in the attaché case was defused, apparently. Still, Palmer shouldn't pose a problem once we get him into CIA custody.
I see. Much obliged.
You really got yourself backed into a corner, though, didn't you?
Yeah. I was only able to accomplish half of what I intended.
Half?
Huh?
Alfred took the vial from her pocket. It was filled with red liquid. Is that Hitomi's blood?
Indeed.
When did she get that?
I managed to acquire the antiviral.
But when? Gordon peered at her in bewilderment.
When I blew up the
Oh,
minivan.
of course!
In the dim light of the vehicle, Alfred's eyes shone darkly, like those of a wounded animal. Extracting the blood from Hitomi while she was unconscious had been a simple matter. Saving the girl's life had been more than just a means of ensuring her trust. Alfred had been looking for the right moment to carry out the extraction. Total secrecy was essential. If it became public knowledge that the drug existed, and that some of it had been stolen, the value of the UA virus would plummet. Our primary objective here was to destroy that research facility. Still, getting our hands on the antiviral was better than nothing. Well done as always, Alphard. Gordon's hard expression softened, but Alphard was in no mood to return his smile. If Maria Osawa had remained inside the facility, her plan would have succeeded. Everything else up until that point had gone off without a hitch. One thing Alphard hadn't anticipated was Maria bringing the bomb outside. She had injected Maria with a knockout drug back at Inter Electronics should have kept her from moving around for a while, even after she gave her getting consciousness. And in any case, she wouldn't have expected the girl to just march into the midst of an armed standoff. She had been certain that Maria would never leave the lab. She had misjudged how strong the girl's feelings for Kanan were. Maria's body had been put into a state of torpor. There were a bunch of people pointing guns at each other, and still she had been undeterred. Alphard's plan had hinged on Maria's relationship with Kanan, and, ironically, that same relationship had made the plan fall apart. It was true that she'd accomplished half of her goals, but Alphard still couldn't shake her sense of failure. She softly bit her lip as she gazed out through the car window.
She's so mad.
Bright windows of a few buildings shone out in the midst of the otherwise darkened city. group of tiny lights that refuse to be washed out by the darkness. The end. Interesting. Well, thank you for joining us for these, I don't know how many, so many Shibuya Scramble streams.
So many Shibuyas.
It was definitely one of my I don't think it's one of the best FMV games I've played, but it's definitely still a really good game and a really good visual novel. I really enjoyed it, and I hope other people did too. It seems like folks did.
I did.
I love it.
Thank you, Soul, for showing up fucking every time, my stalwart companion.
Woo!
And thank you for everyone else who contributed their voices. Previews added to bonus content. Oh fuck yes, I can watch Portrait Pop Quiz added to bonus content.
Saving system data. Save complete. And Riley, you'll never see autoplay enabled pause ever again.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna record it so it can be a funny sound alert.
Oh, we can see the previews!
Yeah. And this is a Portrait Pop Quiz. Okay. Well, thank you all for joining. Next week I have no fucking clue what we're going to do.
Can you go back to the main menu? I like that song more as a place to end it. Load game. Load game. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Sorry for interrupting.
That's fine. But yeah, we will. We will be back next week with something completely different. I'm gonna go back. I think what I'm gonna do next week is do a sort of smorgasbord, as I like to do after I finish a big game like this. Play a couple of smaller FMV games, ones that I would not want to finish. I actually have a really funny one that I want to try out. That's another modern FMV game that I found a while back.
Cool.
So, you'll be there next week. And thank you all for exploring this modern title with me on Forbidden Mystery Vault. Thank you, and good night.
Yay! Good night.